Who will be first? Who will be the first minion today? Someone's connected. Two are connected. We have minions. Oh, my sister. Oh, Michelle beat you, Baker Viking. Mr. and Mrs. Diesel. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you all. Burn gems. Stan Lee, good morning. Do I have everything set correctly? Audio's working. It only took me 2 reboots to get all the cameras working. One of you guys actually made a request. You wanted me to stretch a benchy out 1 meter long. So, there you go. There's the back third of a stretched out benchy. Yeah, I think we had an okay Christmas. So I increased the benchy by 200%, and then stretched only the x-axis, or in this case, the z-axis, 1 meter. Somebody wanted it, you get it. There you go. I started printing some molding for the house. That is 2.5 meter long molding to go around my doors. You can see I even got the holes in there. And that's all vase mode printed. So all that around the door. A lot of, well, I'll probably end up painting it eventually, but it's just what was in the printer. But I needed the half round molding. When you close the door and the door sits against the molding, it's missing on a lot of the doors here. A lot of these doors in this house were kicked in. I still have to replace a few of the doors inside. Probably some kids got in here and just started kicking the doors in. As far as functionality, it's ready for prime time. The hardware is ready. And that's all vase mode. I printed that 2.5 meter long. It's actually too long now, I realize, but I actually printed that in 6.5 hours. No support or anything, just let it come off the printer. Now, the software is not ready for prime time yet, but it's usable. Idea Maker is doing a good job. And but the hardware is ready. The hardware is good. Now it's the slicers have to play catch up. Yeah, as far as what's cheaper, I don't know. Let's find out. I'm pretty sure the plastic's cheaper. Yeah, they came out pretty slick. So the half round molding at 96-inch long in pine. Wait a minute. Why is this so cheaper? 3/4 by 3/8. Looks like it's $2.39 a piece. So yeah, $2.39 a piece So it's pretty close to equal. I'd say I use maybe $1.50 worth of plastic to make that piece of molding. But the nice thing is I can do it in any color I want. I don't have to leave the house. Because I could probably get it from the local hardware store right here in town. It's not going to be $2.39. It's probably going to be like $3.50. Or I'd have to spend, $10 in gas to drive into Albuquerque. But assuming I paid the $3.50 price here, it's slightly cheaper to print it myself. I haven't built the holes right into it for the nails because the plastic will crack if you try to hammer a nail through it. So I designed the holes right into the plastic in the print. And it came out pretty good. I'll be doing a video on that because it's interesting to get the vase mode print with so if you put a hole through a plastic piece. Now, as you saw with I doubt it. I doubt Simplify 3D will ever update for it. Yeah, that's highly unlikely. Thank you, DeWitt. As you know, with my multi-surface print, all you gotta do is put a slice between the outer skin and the inner skin in order to do vase mode with an internal hole. But it's not quite the same with the belt printer because the print plane is at a 45-degree angle to the belt plane instead of the two planes being lined up. So your cut through the model in order to maintain vase mode also has to be angled. What angle though? Well, that's easy. If this is the size of the hole, then the cut must start on one side of the hole and end up on the other side of the hole. Well, I still prefer Simplify 3D as my slicer. That's my primary slicer. That is what I use to do all my slicing. But of course, I'm using Idea Maker for the belt printer. Grab an extra belt while you're at it, too. It's only $41, and it's something that would be pretty tough to get on your own. As long as you're careful with it, you should never have to replace it anytime soon, but it is a wear item. It will eventually wear out. So having a spare on hand wouldn't be a bad idea. So when I made my slice, yeah, so far the supports are working. Now the big difference is you have to the hard part with using the belt printer is that all your normal thinking processes don't work because you're not printing one plane on another plane. You're printing one plane on an angled plane. And so your concepts of what does and doesn't require support and what isn't printable changes. And you have to trial and error wrap your mind around that. Because nobody really knows yet. I mean, there's only a few people who have any kind of real experience with belt printing. Like Carl and Bill. Carl's the one who sent me the Brontosaur, by the way. So yeah, he came out pretty slick. And that required no support because of the 45-degree printing plane. Experimenting, because one of the problems we're having with printing the Brontosaur is that the tail sticks so well to the bed that when the tail comes off the end of the bed, it actually wants to wrap around the bed, and it actually lifts the head of the dinosaur when it does that. So you end up with these shifts on the head if you don't manually release the tail. So I'm experimenting. The reason these have the shift is because I let it shift. I'm experimenting with different ways of causing the tail to properly release so it doesn't do that. That has nothing to do with the printer so much as just this is a long, skinny model that's able to be torqued. But just being able to print a long dinosaur like that with no supports in one piece is just pretty freaking cool. And I've, of course, been printing chain after chain after chain. I did finally get a long one to print. So that one's all printed. That's the latest one. There's still a slight glitch, but we've pretty much got it nailed down to where the file is actually only 5 links. And after the second link, it repeats a section of the chain over and over and over again. So it'll print an infinite length. And then when you get the length you want, you simply tell it, close the loop. And when it gets to the next splice, it finishes the closed loop, closing the chain. Really freaking cool. Practical? No. I could buy this for cheaper than I can make it, by a big margin. Plastic chain's really cheap, it turns out. But still, that's just fun. It's just a ton of fun. So I've been experimenting with different designs. This is my strongest one yet from here, the all-rounded one. So, just experimenting. Yes, it would. I plan to use the chain that I make. These will all be recycled into bricks. But the final chain I make, I want to try to break eventually when I have time, because it's a 60-day print. 60 days. I had 44 kilograms of plastic. But I'd like to break the world record. It's currently 37.7 meters, and I want to print a 50-meter chain just because I can. Bring that to Murph and stretch it around across the entire room. That would just be fun. As you see, lots and lots of fails as I experimented and tweaked and tested, and Carl would make me a new splice, and we're getting pretty close. Yeah, but for a 3D print, that's a lot. That's a little longer than 150 feet. What's that, 170 feet? It's 30 is like 97 feet. What is that? 50 meter to feet. 164 feet. But that'll be interesting. Well, the advantage for me with a chain is, number one, I can actually keep it. I mean, if you print something 150 feet long, I mean, think about it. What in God's name are you going to do with it? I mean, where do you keep something 150 feet long that you can't leave in the sun? You don't. The only thing I could do is I would have to put the printer outside and just let it print into my yard, and then just leave it in the yard. But with a chain, I could do it right here on the table. All I got to do is let the chain fall into a big barrel. I could make the chain smaller, you know, the links smaller, but that kind of defeats the point to me. To me, I want it to be substantial, and that's about as small as I would want for a substantial chain. You know, for it to have some substance. You know, you can hold on to it without breaking it, and actually have something in your hands instead of little tiny links. Hello, Francis. Print a big spool. I got plenty of big spools. The only problem is that one error and you have to start over. You can't just glue them together because then it's not one single print. You know? So it has to be perfect from start to end. If you have one glitch, you got to start all over again from zero. I mean, if you just want a 50-meter chain, you can just glue them together. But if you want to actually claim, you know, the world's longest print, then it literally has to be one perfect print. See you later, Burning Gems. There you go. Yeah, but as you can see here, it's printing support on the back, It worked fine. Support printed fine under the fish bucket, the bait box on the boat, and now it's beginning to print the cab on the boat. I'll have to find a filament sponsor because, well, I don't want to use, 50 rolls of my own filament and having to change 50 rolls of filament. See if maybe IC3D wants to sponsor it or something like that. Send me 5 or 6 10-kilogram rolls. Jesus. Yeah, it changes how you have to do things. You have to think about it. I mean, sometimes it's as easiest turning the model around. But you have to think about that when you're doing it. And you need supports where you otherwise wouldn't. For example, on the inside of the benchy, I need supports. Because, for example, the steering wheel on the benchy, the steering wheel that sticks out on the benchy, the little steering wheel, on a regular print, that's fine. You can just let the filament come out. It might droop a little bit, but it'll be fine. But now, the end of the steering wheel is an island printing in midair. Like, it's not building from the bottom up, it's building from the angle up. And so parts that would normally be built bottom up are now being printed in midair, and you can't do that. So things that don't need support on a regular printer do need support on this printer, and things that need a shit ton of support on a regular printer need no support on this printer. It's kind of funny how that works. I mean, try thinking about how would you print this without support on a regular printer? You literally can't do it. Even if you broke it up into multiple pieces, you can't print this without support. At some point you need support. But because of that 45-degree plane, this particular model doesn't need support. Yeah, a lot of people get that. I see people print something and they go, hey, what happened? It didn't work right. And I'm looking at the model and going, yeah, no shit, it didn't work right. You tried to print in midair. But I don't say that, of course, because they're not used to it. They don't know better. They have no idea what it needs and what it doesn't need. I wonder, can I use this as a camera stand? I bet you I can. Seriously? You're going to be all tangled on me? What are you even tangled with? There we go. There we go. That's a little better angle. So you guys aren't just seeing the side of my face all the time. Exactly. Well, you and I look at that and go, duh, of course, dimwit, you tried to print an arm in midair. But to a person who's not familiar with 3D printing, that's not intuitive. Because they don't even know how the printer actually works. You got to remember, we're used to machines that will go, you can't do that. It'll tell you can't do that. Try to put your car in reverse while you're driving down the highway. It's not going to work. It's not going to let you. Because, they realize that, even accidentally you do that, you're going to trash your car. But now drive a stick shift. All right? It's manual. You become the brains. Well, these people aren't used to machines that don't have some level of intelligence. Try to print on a printer. It'll tell you wrong paper and tell you to put the right paper in it. But a 3D printer, if you tell it to do the impossible, it will try. It'll do if you tell it print this in midair, it'll print that in midair, and it will not warn you that you can't do that because that requires a level of intelligence that the software just doesn't have yet. So you just explain to the person, okay, you're printing layer by layer, and in order to print one layer, there has to be something underneath that layer. I was like, so look at the hand of Grogu. What was underneath his hand when it tried to print it? And he goes, nothing. Exactly. It's like, so you have to put support underneath there so that when it gets to the hand, it has something to put plastic on. So you just got to explain it to them, that's all. And once they start understanding the limitations of the software and the devices, you know, their brains begin to develop the machine intelligence they need. And then you become like us. You can look at a print and go, yeah, that'll work. No, that's not going to work. But here's how I can make it work. You know, you develop that. That happens over time. Are you talking about the vase mode spiral tree? Where it's a tube that goes around and it prints a big spiral? Is that what you're talking about, Ryan? Well, that's not. No, I know what you're talking about. You print the tree, and then you just have like the lion, like the hairy lion. You just have the strands come out in midair, and then they group down. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're taking advantage of gravity and lack of support. Those are pretty cool. I find resin to be easier but messier. You know, FDM is cleaner, that's for sure. Hang on, I'm jumping through my mail real quick here. Deleting everything I don't need. That's okay, I don't care about that. Some of my reviews got posted. Not all of them, though. Let's see. Hey, 3D Medic. Your waste liquid, put it in cookie sheets outside in the sun. It'll evaporate. The plastic or residue that's left over is safe to put in the garbage once it's cured, and only the water will evaporate. That's how you handle the waste. It's easy. Hey, DB3D. Yeah. Well, actually, the supports are the same. You just gotta flip it. And by the way, if you want to do some of those weird supports, in most resin slicers, you can actually export the STL with the supports on it, and then stick it on your resin printer. So it's good for doing tree supports. Just don't do the really skinny supports, because obviously your FDM printer can't do that. Exactly. Once the resin is UV cured, once it's turned into a solid, it is non-toxic. It's safe. You can throw it away. But whatever you do, do not put it down the drain. Cool. I have mail coming today? No. I have packages, but no mail. That does sound like a pretty good deal for that kit, do it? Hey, 3D RCNC. It's already there. Oh, not in the slicers yet, but the 808 commands are in the Oh, yeah, oh, you're Scott. I know you. Okay. Yeah, I've already been experimenting with that. Carl has been making me splice files. We haven't gotten it perfect yet, but I made a 5-link chain, and he made me a splice file. So instead of the file being 804 megabytes, it was only 14 megabytes. And I was able to do a splice, and it started doing the duplication. And then I was able to hit close loop, and it closed loop and finished it. This one has a flaw. Every other link has a gap, so his cut isn't exactly right. We're working on that. But yeah, otherwise it's working. The trick will be automating it, doing it in the slicer. Probably Idea Maker is our best bet for seeing support for that happen. We're unlikely to see that happen with Acura, just because Ultimaker doesn't have a belt printer. But for whatever reason, one of the developers for Idea Maker got a bug up their butt for belt printers, which is freaking awesome. Because it's so much better than Cura. Hopefully, Carl will put out a video soon on how he does the splicing, so I can start doing it myself. But yeah, a visual splicer would be really nice, where I can just drag, on a visual slice of the file preview and drag where I want the 2 splices to be for the repeat. A way of doing that visually would be awesome. The only problem I'm having with Idea Maker right now is the big problem is that it does not properly work with the homing of the CR-30. So it ignores my programmed offsets. And not only that, but it's a cumulative error. So each time I print, I have to keep decreasing the offset more and more and more and more, because it keeps resetting it to some higher value while ignoring the values in the printer. I think it's part of the start script. I think it's doing something in the start script that I have to remove, but I'm not a super G-code guru, so I'm being very gentle with my changes to it as I figure out what each thing does. One of you guys, actually, I don't know who, but somebody asked me to print a meter-long benchy. Don't scale it up to a meter, just stretch it to a meter. So, I'm stretching a benchy to a meter. I was like, that'll be fun. Well, I didn't do it at normal scale, just because that was too small. I wanted something that you can hold in your hands better, so I scaled the benchy to 200% and then stretched it to a meter. Check the link in the description. Did it finish? Hang on. Did it finish? It may have finished. Yeah, it looks like the Kickstarter finished. I'm actually surprised only 2,000 people backed it. I wonder how many of those actually bought a printer. Let's see. Oh, that's the roller. Let's see. 598 people got the early bird. It didn't even sell out. There's 2 left. 296 people got the early bird, so it's 900 people. What was that? Yeah, hang on. Over here. Order. It's on sale for like $105 too. And there it is. It's $116 with a 10% coupon. Make sure you click on that 10% coupon. And yeah, that'll get you for $104. Yes, that's my affiliate link. It's got a Sony sensor. It's got a built-in light, so you can light things up a little bit. Really nice. And that should be on my Amazon page as well. Retail's probably going to be around $1,000. Hopefully it ends up popular, because I really like where they're going with it. I would really love to see a larger one. It might end up a little cheaper, but I'm hoping they don't make it cheaper. I'm hoping they keep the quality high. So I'm hoping they maintain the high standard of quality that they have with it. The max Y height, the build height of the printer is 250 at 45 degrees, so you end up with 170. So the height above the belt is 170 millimeters. So you have a 220 by 170 build window, with your length being, well, sky's the limit. There's a 2.5 meter print right there. That right there is, where the hell is it? There it is. That right there is 2,550 millimeters long. Some half round molding for my house. I gotta be careful getting it around here. There you go. I even built the holes right into it. Automatic support. Half round molding for around the door frame. Correct. It actually makes leveling the bed easy. This is one of the easiest to level printers there is because you're not leveling a plane. You're leveling a line. So you literally only have to level that line that it makes. And every time the belt moves, that line is the same. So bed leveling is actually super easy and super forgiving. Yeah, oh yeah, there's plenty of crap you could do with this that's just like, really? I could do that? I would love like a 300 by 400 or a 400 by 400 build volume. Oh man, feeding that monster would be expensive. Literally. No, actually, a large format belt printer, that's where a pellet extruder becomes practical. That's where you literally have a pellet extruder on the printer with a pipe going up to your shelving unit, and you just have vats of pellets sitting up in the shelving unit, and just let gravity feed them in. Well, that's asking a lot. Even their CR-10S5, which packs a lot smaller than a machine like this does, was not the greatest seller, just because of the price and how big it is. But I think 300 by 300 is a reasonable request. I think they'll eventually do something that big, I hope. No, I took my original molding. Where is it? It's here somewhere, and I just measured it. I have to show you. This. I'll actually take you through the process. Now, I did have an interesting trick to making the molding, because I had to make the molding 250 millimeters, but I need it to be 2,500 millimeters. But you can't do 2,500 millimeters in Tinkercad. So all the holes are squished to 10% of their final shape, so that when I bring it into the slicer and expand the part 10 times, the holes come back to their original size. It's really cool. So literally, it's just a half round of the appropriate dimensions. So it is 18 millimeters wide and, come on, 12 millimeters tall, which is the size of the molding that's on the house now. And then I put these cuts in it in order to get what I wanted. Now here's the really cool part. Let me show you this. So you notice these cuts look a little weird. See how they're all flat like blades? That's because I had to expand this to 10 times its length in the slicer. So can I grab one? Nope. Control D. Let's get one of these out of here so I can show you guys. Expand that. So if I take this, instead of having it 0.51, I have it 51. I'm sorry. What is 10 times that? 5.1. There we go. So there's my actual shape. Yes, eventually I'll replace all the molding. Most of the molding in the house, except for the crown molding, is broken. They were pretty abusive to this house. Somebody broke into it and just kicked all the doors in and shit. So all the molding is broken. And so this will allow me to just replace it one piece at a time. And it'll already have the 45s and everything built into it. So I just put it in there, put the nails in, and done. So this is the hole that I want through the molding. And you notice my complex vase mode cut is at an angle. Well, that's because the print head's at an angle. If you don't, you have an invalid vase, and you'll have gaps. So I had to make sure that the intersection between the hole and the half round on both ends is where the slice is angled. So that the angle you choose is the intersection at the top and bottom of the molding. And then what I do is I take the whole thing and I simply shrink it 0.51 only on X. And this way, when I bring this molding into the slicer and expand it, these parts return to their proper shape. It's really interesting, and it works. What is it hitting? It shouldn't be hitting anything. And I'm going pretty fast too. This is I think this is coded for 45 or 50 millimeters per second, but I'm running it at 150%. So I'm pushing a normal close to 60 millimeters per second, and it's working fine. Now, granted, this has a nice big footprint. It has a nice big footprint on the bed, so it's got good adhesion. But that's how I came up with the trick to preserve valid vase mode printing and get what I wanted. And the result is you're molding 2.5 meters long. And as you can see, the holes become their original size. And you can see here the slice that I put in it to join the inner and outer wall together. It's angled. Now, when you print it, it comes out straight up. But you have to angle it so it comes out straight up. Well, the biggest issue is bed adhesion. The kinematics can handle a lot of speed, but the problems people have run into trying to go fast is the part coming off the belt. Although this current belt seems to have good adhesion. Some of the beta testers have different belts as they were testing out different types of belts. This one seems to work pretty good. Well, the biggest speed increase is going to be a bigger nozzle. I have a 0.8 millimeter nozzle coming in for it. I actually bought a really nice Micro Swiss A2 tool steel hardened, nickel plated with a anti-stick coating. I can't use it because the nozzle tip is the angle is less than 45 degrees. So the back of the nozzle will hit the bed before the tip of the nozzle. So whatever nozzle you use has to have better than a 45 degree or better than a 90 degree. It has to be sharper than 90 degree cut. And I hate that I cannot make this window go away. There's no close box to close it. There's no way you cannot close this window. You have to bring up another window and then close that. Really annoying. I don't want all that. Why are you bringing me all that? Just slice the damn model. And there's a lot of things that are ignored. Now, that'd be pretty cool. So here is the slice. And they also have a problem where I can't get in close on the part easily because they're 3D manipulate. This is vase mode, yes. Their 3D manipulation tools use the origin of the bed as the focal point no matter where you are. So the further you move away from the origin of the bed, the worse it gets. There. See how it maintains vase mode? So the line is straight up and down relative to the part, but angled relative to the interior cut. See that? That's how you maintain your vase mode. If you do it straight up and down, it doesn't work. But once I figured that little trick out, but yeah, it worked good. And for some reason, I have a couple of little problems with Idea Maker. It's beta. It's very beta software. So obviously they're going to tweak it. But it ignores my temperature settings. So for example, I tell it I want a bed of 65 and a nozzle of 210 or 220. And it starts off with 65 and 220 and then changes it to 60 and 200. Yet that is nowhere in my slicer settings. So I don't know where it's getting it from. So that's a bug. And then the other bug I have, I would like to see them add a belt wall speed like Cura has. Because if I can slow it down for the belt wall, I can speed it up for the rest of the print much easier. And the other problem I have is it ignoring the way we level this printer. The way we do the nozzle on this printer is you actually, it's counterintuitive at first, and then you understand why. We purposely home the printer so that the nozzle homes like 5 millimeters off the bed. We raise the end stop as high as we possibly can. And because it's an electronic end stop, it's not a switch, it's an optical end stop, Carl got them to make the firmware allow a negative offset. So what you do is it homes, my particular printer here homes 4.7 millimeters off the bed. And then I program a negative 4.7 millimeter offset to bring the nozzle down to the bed. That's important because when it's mechanically homing, it'll never crash the head into the printer, into the belt, because it's going to home 4.7 millimeters off the bed. And then you can fine tune your negative offset to gently bring that nozzle to the bed. Well, Idea Maker is doing something in its script or something where it's ignoring that. It's resetting it to 0. So the print always starts 5 millimeters off the bed because it's ignoring my programmed offset somehow. Yeah, baby stepping. That's what it is. That's the offset. You just do it on the printer. What you do is on the printer, you do your offset until you get it right. You look at how much the offset is, and then you program that offset into the firmware. So you have a hard home 0 origin, and you have a soft 0 origin. And that's important because you could drive that nozzle right through that bed, right through that belt, and damage it. Well, for whatever reason, whatever Idea Maker is doing, it's ignoring and resetting that. I am looking into separate entry for heating, huh? Hang on. Main. I don't understand. Here's the settings. I have it programmed for 65 and 220. Where else would I look? Start G code. So I think it has something to do with this right here, as far as why it keeps resetting it. Cool. Yeah, well, the Creality people kept turning that off. And it took Carl like a week to explain to them, to get them to understand why it was needed. He can, of course, reprogram the firmware to be whatever he wants, but he needed the firmware that got shipped to be correct. But I think this line right here is why it's resetting my home position to 0. I marked it out, and now I have a new problem. It still starts 5 millimeters off the print bed. Remove, M109, M104. Okay, what do those do? Let's see. Take those out. Take that out. It shouldn't need to save the EEPROM. It's ignoring the EEPROM. And M190. Okay. Take that out. What's T0? Could this G90 absolute positioning be causing a problem? See, what is all this needed for? Why do they have so much stuff? You know something? I'm getting rid of all this. The Cura doesn't have any of this. I don't think that's needed. You can't actually move it off the bed, even if you try. Let's see. Hey, Edge of Tech. G28X0F2000, home the X-axis, that's fine. X170 is not the center of the bed. The bed is 220. So the center is 110. So let's change that to 110. Move the Y up, that makes sense. You don't want to be crashing into the bed. Wait for current moves to finish. I guess it's okay. G1Y0. Okay, that's wrong. Because that's not actually moving it down to the bed. So I think I need to make that negative 4.7. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, right there, 60 and 200. Okay, well that explains why I kept doing that. Thank you, Scott. Okay, so move Y down into the belt should be negative 4.7 because that's what I have programmed. I think. If I program a negative 4.7 offset into the firmware, is that the new 0? Meaning if I tell it to go to Y0, is it going to go the negative 4.7 programmed into the firmware? I'm going to leave that as it was until I understand more what I'm messing with. This is going way too fast. So I'm going to change that to 5,000. It actually makes the feeder skip. But I have a feeling all my problems are right here. Well, we're going to change this to today's 3D print. Just because I can. I didn't know I could do that. That actually changes the message it displays on the screen while it's printing. I didn't know that. Okay. I think I'll start with that and play with it from there. Do they have any kind of weird stuff in the end here? Extruder off, heated bed off. What's this here? Why do they have... Oh, in case there's two? Yeah, rear fan off, which we don't have yet. Okay. Which, when I use Cura, it's very reliable. Once I walked through using Carl's method to max out the end stop, figure out the negative, program the negative into the firmware, it's perfect every time. I get absolutely perfect first layer, works great. And baby stepping is not remembered. So if you have to baby step a little more, you have to go back and program that into your firmware. Because if I just program the baby stepping in, turn the printer off, turn the printer back on, it loses that. But whatever you program in the firmware is saved. Hey, Cyprian. From Romania, halfway around the world. And right now I have a cumulative error with IdeaMaker where I have to add a negative offset to compensate for whatever IdeaMaker is doing, and I have to add it again each time I start a print. So I'm at like, you know, negative 2.6 on my offset when it should be negative 0.4 or something like that, because I have to keep adding it again. Well, right now the offset is the difference between Cura and IdeaMaker. So in Cura, I use like a negative 1.5. In IdeaMaker, I use like a negative 4.6. But hopefully the changes you help me make to the start script will get rid of that, hopefully. I might even just put the start script from Cura into IdeaMaker and see if that fixes the problem. I gotta make a bigger purge blob though. The purge blobs are too small. I need that blob to be like twice the size, because when the blob is too small, it gets jammed in the scraper plate. Well, for this printer we can't use the new engine, because for this particular printer we have to use the belt version, which is Cura 3.6. So we can't try the new engine for this. Now, is there, somebody said that there was going to be a way to repeat a file on the firmware? I haven't figured out how to do that yet, or is it not implemented yet? Where I can slice up, you know, a single piece, and then in the printer interface tell it print me 10 of them, instead of me having to make a 10 times duplication file in the slicer. You know, where I could just print a single file and just tell it how many times I wanted to print it on the printer itself. Someone said that that was coming. Is it there already, or is that still coming, or? Yeah, if we could figure out how to convert, like I noticed when I, for example, I'll show you, when I bring, there it is. No, I don't want to do that one. I want to do this one here. So when I bring this into here, I get this. So in theory, it should be possible to make any slicer work with the belt printer, in theory. I mean, if it can display the G code, then theoretically it should be able to generate the G code if you knew how to. Yeah, so for example, if I tell it to print anything, of course I can't find nothing small. If I tell it to print this dinosaur, You know, it takes like 12 hours. If I tell it, or 10 hours. If I tell it to print this dinosaur, in the firmware, in the actual interface, I'd like to be able to go, you know, print multiple 5 copies. And then it'll just print this 5 times. So I don't have to make a enormous G-code file with the thing copied 50 times, you know. So this G-code is displayable in Simplify 3D. Therefore, it should be possible for me to generate this in Simplify 3D. So I wonder if I were to, and it looks normal, it doesn't look stretched or anything, and the layers are horizontal. But the problem is some aspects of the software are going to get pissy. Because, you know, nothing's on the bed, for example. And how would I make it like this? This dark blue area is where it's slowing down for the print wall. I don't know. That's above my head. I've been wondering if I were to place a print on this edge of the slicer in Simplify 3D and simply tell it to slice it. Oh, it broke. Some of my support broke. That's the sound I was hearing. I'm going to let it go because I don't want to restart it, but hopefully. Maybe I'll try this when I get a chance. I wonder. So if I were to, trick is, how would I even do it? Yeah. Shut up. Just do it. So I would have to. Well, we don't want to do that. We want to do negative 90. And then, which way is the other way? Nope. That one. 90. And then... Yeah, I guess you would, but when I load the G-code, I get this. The layers aren't at 45. The layers are horizontal. When I view the G-code, the layers are horizontal. See? They're not at 45 degrees. Oh, that's a good point. But the layers are at 45 degrees, which means this G-code display is wrong. Oh, isn't that interesting? How does that work? So this wouldn't work at all. So this is improperly interpreting the G-code. Oh, interesting. Oh, the file is skewed. The file itself is skewed. Because that's not the right shape. See, the top of my shape is straight. So the 45 degrees is coming from skewing the actual file. At least that's the way Simplify 3D is interpreting it. So instead of showing me 45-degree layers, it's shifting the entire model 45 degrees. Isn't that weird? You can see here, that's not supposed to be angled. How much you want to bet that's a 45-degree angle right there? So if I take this incorrect 45-degree angle model and print it with a 45-degree head, print plane, it'll come out straight. So is that how they're slicing? Is that how they're slicing the files? Are they skewing the model 45 degrees in order to trick it? Isn't that freaky? So if I were to try to load that model into, if I were to try to see how this model here, there you go, you can see it. See how that's actually, pretty straight here? It's skewing it. So the only way I could slice this in, So there's probably no easy way to make any slicer do this then. Unless I could skew the STL file. So they're performing some form of trickery to get it to slice the model at the 45-degree angle. So they're slicing the model. So they're not slicing the model at the 45-degree angle. They're slicing the model horizontally, like we see with a normal printer, but they're skewing the model. And then when the printer prints at the 45-degree angle, it unskews the model? If the belt printer, if the firmware on the printer handled the skewing because of the 45-degree print head. Huh. Well, yeah, I guess they have to be because, like, it's an idea maker. You can define the angle. It doesn't have to be 45. You can make it something different. Hey, BCK. Well, it's way over my head. That's for sure. I'm just glad everybody's working with you guys to get it to work because it's pretty neat. It's a lot of fun. Yes, correct. I understand that part. That makes sense. Hey, non-fam. Hey, Sean. Because the y-axis is moving through both y and z because it's a 45-degree angle. So you're actually moving through two planes at once. It was okay. Oh, I finally found some lemon meringue pie from Chow. It was pretty good. I liked it. Some of my supports got knocked down. Hopefully it'll recover. I wonder why the supports got knocked down. So where was the failure? I probably had insufficient support somewhere. Okay, that's the steering wheel for the boat, I think. Huh. My supports were probably too skinny at one location, so when they warp, they crash into the head. So probably just have to beef up the supports at that spot. Let's see where that's looking. Okay, so it looks like the supports inside the window failed. So right now it's printing this portion of the model right here. Why does it bring this up? I don't want this, whatever this is. I want it to just slice the model like it does here. Ooh, that's all broken. Why is it doing base mode? I thought Idea Maker saved your settings with the project file. This has got the settings for my molding. These settings are all wrong, which means it's not saving my goddamn settings with the project file. That's really freaking annoying. That's really, really annoying. Because if I have to go through and manually change my settings every... Christmas is pretty good. I don't want you to save the print file. I just want to see a slice preview. Yeah, which is a pain in the ass. I want the settings saved with the file. So when I reopen the file, it's as if I'm continuing to work on the file just like I always was. I mean, if I have to save multiple files with each project, that's a pain in the freaking ass. I didn't even bother paying attention to what the settings were because I assumed it was saving it with the project file. What the heck's the point of having a project file if you're not saving the settings for it? So we are about right here in the print right now. And I think this bit of support here failed. It looks like the support here succeeded. It looks good. So this should be pretty minor. It'll be a little goofy there. Yeah, it's an idea file. I did open the right file, yeah. Stressbenchy.idea. But it loaded the settings from this file. So I made this file after I made this file. And when I reloaded this file, it still had the slice settings for this file. Which kind of defeats the point of saving an idea file. Yeah, that'll print without support. I actually didn't need the support in there. Hey, Davis. Yeah, that support was not needed. I didn't need that at all. Where did this come from? I don't remember adding the support. I took the, oh, no. Yeah, I don't need that support. Why is that even in there? Support I forgot to remove. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of support I didn't get. Because you couldn't see it from the outside. But it's absolutely not needed. Yeah, none of this is needed. There we go. I noticed that too, save settings button. But that's really aggravating if that's not part of the idea file. Because then it makes it impossible for me to save custom projects. Okay. None of this should be needed either. This support here should be building that. It's beta, so hopefully it's something they can fix, but that smells like something. See, when I go here and I go save idea file, that needs to save everything. And I mean, it needs to save everything. Hey, that's nice. Sucks when YouTube doesn't notify you. I think I'm going to add a tiny bit of support there. Excuse me. How do I make it go to hell away? Freaking window's in the way. It probably doesn't need it. Add it anyway. Thicken up the supports there a little bit. Yep, doing pretty good. Hopefully that's something they can fix in a future version, because when I open up a project file, I want absolutely everything to be part of that project file. Every single setting I've touched, I want to be part of that. One of you guys requested it. One of you guys said stretch a benchy out a meter. So I took a benchy and I stretched it out a meter. That was a minion request. I got some cool new batteries. So these are AA's. But they're lithium. They're 2200 milliamp lithium cells, but they're 1.5 volt AA output. That's pretty cool. What did I print so far with Idea Maker? I've been slicing my chains. So I did, see, this latest chain is with Idea Maker. That is 14 hours in, and we are about, I want to say 40%. So by tomorrow, it'll be done. I'm wasting lots of plastic. Actually, this is pretty neat, though. This is something I'll probably keep, because it looks cool. And I also printed the dinosaurs. They're working fine. Most of the chain pieces, just trying to get the chain to work. Speed benchies? Nah. Well, on the water, this one will be pretty fast. That's interesting. Why is it still giving me the support thing? Even though I have the support. Oh, because it's still clicked. So how do you, I guess I have to go to something else? Ah, the pan window doesn't have any options. Interesting. I also don't know why sometimes Idea Maker starts the model off the print bed. See how it's sticking off the front of the bed? Not sure why it's doing that. That would be pretty cool. The quality's been fantastic. I mean, yeah, I'll give you some close-up prints. Turn this way, come down. Okay. Let's see, where is my autofocus? There we go. Exposure. There we go. Turn the light off. But as you can see that, except right here, I'm not sure what's going on here. It's on all of them, but it's not on this side. It's only on that side. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But otherwise, very clean. And then the chain links, of course, are coming out beautiful. You know, those chain links are coming out nice. No complaints. And these are not even tweaked. You know, I didn't tweak them for quality. I tweaked these for speed. Here we go. And definitely not bad. Yeah, this is weird. I'm not sure what that is. It's got to be slicer. The slicer has to be doing something weird there, or this tail is wiggling a little bit when it's printing that part. I mean, that could do that. It's nice filament, but it's very brittle. It's a somewhat of a silk filament, and it's pretty brittle. Who makes this? It's a no-name filament. I got the roll right there. It's some kind of no-name. There we go. Any other prints? Nothing else in particular. Oh, the Starship. the exposure right. There we go. So there is the Starship. I still have to print the other half. Now I did have these artifacts, and they are regular, but they may have fixed itself because none of my current prints have that artifact. All right, now you can see it. Every 34 millimeters. We're not sure what that was, but it appears to be gone now because it's not doing it again. Unless it's the size of the print I'm making, I'm not sure. But beyond that, not bad. It's a heavy bugger too. It's like 600-700 grams. Of course, the primary issues is it depends on the part. So some parts are going to get stronger, some parts are going to get weaker. For example, my fins for my my vase mode print fins, I can't use the belt printer for them. It makes them weaker because I need the layer lines to be aligned with the twist axis of the fins. Actually, somebody said the 34 millimeters was the drive gear for the gear reduction for the stepper motor for the belt. So mine might be oblong, but on my current prints, it's not doing that. So not sure. I'm not 100% sure yet. But that they always said the same thing. 34 millimeters for Carl. 34 millimeters was the drive gear. The only thing that's 10 millimeters in diameter. There's 10 circumference of 10 millimeters. Apparently, it's 34. But since that print, it hasn't done it again. So I'll have to try printing that again and see if it does it. Because eventually I'm going to print the other half of that so I can put it together. Because on my fins, I need the fin to bend along the layer lines for strength, but because the layer lines are now 45 degrees, the fin cracks. Creality carbon fiber PC filament. I actually have a roll of that somewhere. I remember buying it. I have not used it yet. I haven't tested yet to see if nylon will even stick to this bed. Or if that's a really bad idea, because this might be a nylon bed. What's fantastic, Brendan? It's fun, though. I'm thinking about trying to redesign the Creality. Yeah, they make good filament. Who cares if it's not a nylon printer? As long as it's not going to damage my bed, I'd like to print nylon parts. And you can print nylon at lower temperature if you slow down. You know, give it time to melt layer to layer. The question is, will the nylon adhere to that belt, and will it damage the belt? That's the question. If they send me one, I'll do it. The Signum Studios asked if there's any chance of building and reviewing the Ender 6 4XY. If they send me one, I'll build it. But they gotta send me one. I can't afford to buy one. Right now I'm using a 0.4. I do have a 0.6 and a 0.8 coming in. I like printing with thicker layers, so. Plus, it dramatically increases the speed at which you can print. Using a 0.4 millimeter layer just literally doubles your print time, print speed. But nylon's becoming more and more affordable. And nylon is so much stronger. Especially for rocket parts and airplane parts. Nylon is just so much tougher. Hey, somebody sent me PayPal. Lawrence, $10 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think the biggest issue with volume is because of the standard hot end. I print using stock Creality hot ends. I print 0.4 millimeter layers with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. There's plenty of heat there. Now the 1.5 millimeter nozzle, that didn't work so well. Not enough heat got to the center of the filament. But 1.2 millimeter at 35 millimeters per second, that's still 3 times faster than you're going at 0.4. Volume. But the issue is belt adhesion. That's the issue. How best to describe it? See, people like to think that you have the belt and you have a nozzle printing on the belt. But that's not how it works. What you actually have is something quite different. Where is my pen? Seriously, no pen? Where's the freaking pack of markers I just had? Like, I just bought a pack of markers. Yeah, not on this. I haven't tried TPU on this. It should work okay with that feeder, although it's a long Bowden tube. Exactly. So if I'm printing a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, first of all, I only need 2 perimeters instead of 4, which means now I'm using half the time to print the perimeter. And then I'm printing double the layer thickness. So that you have to print 2 layers for my every 1 layer. So even though I'm going 1/2 the speed, I'm extruding 6 times the amount of plastic. So half the speed, 6 times the amount of plastic is still 3 times faster than a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. This is, if I had a goddamn pen, this would be easy. How do I have no writing implement? Oh, I got coloring pencils. That'll work. We got coloring pencils. That'll work. And here's a black one. Okay. This will actually help. You stop messing with me. Okay. So, you have the print bed, and you have a nozzle, Okay. Can you all see that? Yes, you can. So there's your print bed, and there's your nozzle. Now, when you print, you extrude an extrusion of plastic between the nozzle and the print bed. Nice. Now, the problem with the belt printer is that this no longer applies. You no longer have this squish. It doesn't work the same way because now you have this. You have something more akin to that. So there's no squish happening on this side. And even this side has minimal squish because you're limited in what you can do. I mean, the best you can do is make this nozzle touch the bed. Oh, I print at 230, 240 sometimes. Although with the Chiron, I'm printing at 220 at 1.2 and it's fine. But I'm only going 35 millimeters per second. So with a bigger nozzle, this just gets worse. So when you increase the size of the nozzle, you have even less squish pushing this filament stream into the print bed. Now, layer to layer, you're fine because you got your 45-degree layers pushing into each other. So that's fine. So plastic on plastic, you're fine. But when you're angled, you always invariably do not have the same amount of squish effect between the nozzle and the bed. And the bigger the nozzle, the worse that's going to get. So hopefully the larger footprint of the larger extrusion will compensate for the less squish. But you're just, this is just not the same as this. And, well, I guess we're going to find out. I mean, at a 0.4, it's working great. You know, but how well will it work when I start going to 0.8 and 1.0 and 1.2? I don't know. We're going to find out. No, you can't do that. Because if you had a special nozzle with a flat zone, then that nozzle wouldn't work layer to layer, plastic to plastic. Because remember, layer to layer, it's still just like a normal print. The only time that that 45-degree becomes a problem is at the interface with the print belt. But layer to layer, when you're not against the print belt, it's printing normally, and it's fine. My voice is too low. I gotta make sure the microphone's aimed at me. So how to fix that? I don't know. I hate when the piston on this chair droops. Because it is so annoying. Because I'm tall. So when the chair droops too low, it's a real pain in the butt. But then you get sloppy first layer. I mean, yes, more flow will help to an extent, but you'll get a sloppy first layer. Now, theoretically, it's not as big an issue in theory. Because there's more to it than that. It's not as simple as that. Hang on. So I might be overthinking this. It might be less of an issue than I thought. Because in theory, this problem here only affects the first couple layers. Because after that, you'll have an existing previously printed layer here. So it'll actually be squishing against the bed, the nozzle, and the previous layer you printed. So these 3 points will be squishing into each other. So it might be a lot less of an issue. So you might be able to get around that by simply having a starting brim, which is what I do here. See how I have this starting brim? And you can even see here, see how that brim is a little sloppy right there? And once this brim, however, is established, now you have plastic pushing against plastic, and you should be okay. So it really should only affect the first couple layers in theory. So if you have a little sacrificial brim that you then just break off when you're done, that might be far less of an issue. So maybe it's not a big deal. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. I scored another lithium iron phosphate battery. A little 6 amp hour unit. That'd be pretty cool. But I'm hoping I could do my big layers with the 0.8mm nozzle, because that'll greatly increase the sprint speed. Like, dramatically. It'll also be interesting to see if I can print large airplane wings in vase mode with belt printer, so that I could do 3D printed RC. Biggest print of 2020 would be my Naomi print and my Captain Planet print. Captain Planet's about 4 feet tall, Naomi's about 5 feet tall. Yeah, I printed a full-size Naomi. Naomi Woo. I don't know why it would do that. It's that, I don't even think that has a microphone on it. And it is definitely picking up this microphone. Let's check it. Wait a minute, this is not even on. What the hell? This is not even on. So where is it getting the audio from? Oh shit, it's unplugged. Yeah, you're right. We were using the wrong microphone. Does that sound better now? Does the audio sound better now? It should be back to using this audio. Let's confirm. Turn it off. Nope, I'm still getting audio from somewhere, which means it's not using this microphone. Why isn't it using that microphone? Properties. Ah, this is the one I'm supposed to be using. There we go. All right, how about now? There we go. Now it's using this microphone. I had it unplugged. It was using one of the microphones on the cameras, probably this one here. Yeah, this microphone's nice. I got that for nothing on that that review thing I made, but that's a good microphone. Yeah, it must have been using one of these microphones audios. We're lucky. Well, we would have found out right away. You guys have been yelling no audio if it wasn't working at all. Well, the thing with RC is they have 3D printable RC airplanes now, but I'm wondering if the belt printer will allow me to print like one-piece wings. You know, if it depends on the 45-degree thing and the vase mode. But it would be interesting to print my own wings and be able to print them in one piece. Oh, with the out of sync audio, trying to fake it, you know. Yeah, the dubbing, when the dubbing wasn't quite right. No, I have not built a drone with printed parts. I've never built my own drone yet. I might want to try that before it's illegal. You might have to hit refresh on the stream. You know, I noticed a lag time in my video in OBS. I don't think I can do anything about that though. Can I? It says encoding overloaded. And then it's fine. Now it looks like it's relatively in sync. Can I do a refresh in maybe switching cameras? Is that enough? It says encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video something. Turning down video settings are used to using a faster encoding preset. Oh, wait a minute. This might be overheating. My USB hub was sitting up against the exhaust fan. So the CPU may have been throttling down. Yeah, it's coming out real hot. Let me give it some air. Yeah, that was coming out real hot. So the CPU is probably throttling down. Yeah, now we're in sync again. Now OBS is not out of sync anymore. So that's what it was. I was blocking the exhaust fan, so the laptop was overheating, and that was causing the CPU to throttle down. Let me stick something underneath here to give it a bit more air. That's too big. This will probably do it, though. There we go. Wow, is that hot? Woo! Man, that's really hot. I have to be careful of that. Yeah, so this here is my USB hub, and this is the exhaust fan for the laptop. Well, that was sitting right up against the exhaust fan, which is obviously going to stop the airflow. And OBS is pushing this thing pretty hard, especially me running 4 cameras. And so all that together, the CPU is probably starting to throttle. Good resin printer around $250. You're looking at the Sonic Mini or the Creality H model, the LD002H. You want the monochrome screen. Trust me, you want the monochrome screen. I wouldn't even buy a resin printer with an LCD screen, with a RGB screen anymore, now that the monochromes are available. I have not messed with the Mars Pro, so I can't give feedback on that. It's probably just as good. Oh yeah, CPU utilization's down now. I probably should have checked that. I was probably pegging 100%. Now we're down to 60%. I have a desktop I haven't set up yet. The I have one computer left that I gotta try to see if I can get working. My brother stole all of my computers. I didn't realize it until I got here, and none of my computers were in the bus. So yeah, including the system I was building for this. I had a dual processor quad core Xenon setup that I was building. He stole that too. Yeah. Fuck you, Matt. G5 Flex versus Nimble V2. I have no idea. What's a G5 Flex? Let's do a search. G5 Flex. Sad about what? Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I don't know. I can't compare them. I've not used either. I do have a Nimble, and I do plan to put the Nimble on my CR-30. Well, you can replace the computer. Good luck replacing the wife. Pretty expensive little bugger, about $100. Ooh. And it's back ordered. That's interesting, though. I might have to check it out one day and compare them. Yeah, my CPU is down to 35% now. So it's not working quite so hard now. But I do have a Nimble, and I'm going to be putting it on the CR-30. I think it's the printer that could most take advantage of it, because it'll get rid of that nasty long Bowden tube. Well, it's weird. I found out something about heating here. Back in Pennsylvania, 68 was a very comfortable temperature in the winter. 68, 69, very comfortable temperature. Here, 68's cold. It feels cold. it needs to be like 74, 75 to feel warm here. You know, I noticed my feet stop feeling cold at about 74. And I'm guessing because of thinner air and a lower humidity, you don't have that thermal blanket of humidity. Yes, the Nimble is the remote direct drive. So the feeder is on the hot end, like a direct drive, but not the stepper motor. There's a cable drive going from the feeder to off the stepper motor, or off the hot end, and that's where the stepper motor is. Keep it small and keep it hot, and you should be okay. But drafts are the worst nightmare for you. Any draft at all, and your print's going to crack. But otherwise, print at 255 Celsius with no fan. And see if you can get your bed up to 120. You know, set it for 110 and then set your second layer for like 120 and just let it keep trying to get there. As long as it doesn't have thermal protection to get pissed off. Nice. The support held up for the top of the boat and it's beginning to print the roof. Slick. Well, for most prints, boated's fine. This one has... Oh, excuse me. This printer has an unusually long boating tube, which is annoying. I've printed smaller ABS parts without an enclosure. It worked fine. But it was a closed-off room, so there's no drafts. I got the bed up to 120 Celsius, so I had that nice heat bubble. And, of course, I was printing pretty fat layers. I guess when you're printing fat layers with ABS, it sticks a little better. But I tell you, the ABS print that I made of one of my nose cones was one of the cleanest nose cones I've ever printed. I mean, that ABS nose cone came out so freaking clean. Hey, Lightspeed. Blew my mind how clean that nose cone came out. I've got to get more into ABS just because of the temperature. Oh, is he live right now? He's not usually live on Wednesdays. Actually, in the other days, that's why I chose Wednesday, because he wasn't live. Yeah, this is working great. One of you guys asked for a meter-long benchies, so that's what we're doing. Good boy, kitty. Did you get the mouse? I heard it squeak. Good boy. Now kill it. Don't play with it. Good boy. Ender got a mouse. Oh. That's annoying. Because he has a much, much bigger audience than I do. Man, if I got the views that he got, holy crap, I'd be okay for money. You know, if I got, 5, 6, 7,000 views per video, I'd be making like $1,200 a month. That would be nice. I'll get there eventually. Good boy, Ender. Kill it. Don't play with it. He doesn't kill them. He plays with them. Well, that's the big problem with a big audience is chat gets crazy. Joel probably makes more than that, but I'm talking about what I would make if I got 5,000 or 6,000 views per video. Yeah, you have to put slow chat on. You just have to. Cat caught a mouse. So, my baby caught a mouse. He's a good mouser. No, he's a lazy shit. He just tries to take the mouse from Ender. He doesn't actually catch the mouse himself. But Ender, man, he stalks him. Yeah, I bet. I heard. I thought the same thing, but when I printed ABS, it didn't stink. Unless I stuffed my nose right into the print. Just a mouse, little mouse. Little gray mouse. Oh, I heard of that. Yes, mice are actually pretty common around here. And because it's desert, they're attracted to the houses. I can hear them trying to get into the house sometimes. I can hear them chewing underneath, trying to find a way in. Oh, that might be the gophers, too. There's gophers around here. But, yeah, we have to keep everything sealed up. Make sure we don't give them any food. Because if you give them a food source, they're going to tear it to pieces. Yes, and Ender does a pretty good job of taking care of the mice. Well, one cat. The other cat's a lazy shit. It's like, earn your keep, cat. Got this new knife. It's pretty slick. It's a nice knife. I like that. It's from somebody called Kaiser. Good. Wait a minute, you're doing the review program, the Amazon program that I'm in? You're doing that one? You got invited? Yeah, I got some nice 3D printing stuff lately. I got 2 rolls of Amylin wood filament, bamboo, and redwood. And I also got 2 bottles of resin. So I got a Shine Sing water washable green and clear. It's a money purse. Let me go get it. Here's the original molding for the house. But here's the cat purse, the cat bus. So, I love the cat bus. Don't forget, though, those taxes. So you got to make sure you handle your taxes right. You're going to get a 1099 at the end of the year for the estimated tax value for everything you got. And anything over $600 total is reported to the IRS. So you have to add it to your taxes. Now, let's see if the nail fits. Ow! That friggin' hurt. There we go. And, oops, I gotta make the hole a little bigger, I think. Nope, perfect. Nice. So I got the size of the hole right. I might try to chamfer put a little, what do you call that one? Countersink. Countersink the hole so that the head disappears inside the plastic. But yeah, that works fine. So I did the hole the right size. Yeah, multi-screens is nice. I'll eventually have a 3-screen setup here once I get the desktop going. $10 left. Holy crap, everybody's live today. Meet Kevin's live. Project and Curses is live. T3D is live. 3D Printing Nerd is live. And I'm live. Holy crap. I don't know. Well, first of all, what I get from YouTube is almost zero. I get around 80 to $100 a month from YouTube. So the per video is almost nothing. I get $3 or $4 per video. Yeah, see the giant crate he's got opening up here. The so my per video revenue is next to zero. It's like $3 or $4 per video usually. I actually make more money from residuals, meaning the overall views from my hundreds and hundreds of older videos. You know, those combined equal more than what I get from a new video, but of course you have to keep adding new videos to that catalog. Oh, for printing flat things. So it's like one of those custom printers that, like, you know, we saw from Creality before, where it's a printer made for printing a particular kind of thing, and so it had a very short Z-axis. That makes sense. Streamception. But look at this, man. We have my stream, Kevin streaming, 3D Printing Nerd streaming, Project and Curses is streaming, and where's TH3D is streaming. That's not good. Too many people streaming at once. I'm obsessed with watching these Among Us videos. They're so much fun. Boy, all this crap in Congress and the Senate is just hilarious. If it wasn't so serious, it would be so funny. It's all a game to them. It's just all a game. I wonder how many of them actually think they're doing a good job, or do they actually go home each night laughing at us? Because I bet you a lot of them laugh each night. Nothing really interesting in U.S. politics. Same old bullshit in Congress. The Democrats do something that they know that people will like, that they have no intention of actually doing it, so they make the bill crazy, so they know it won't pass. And then the Republicans do the same thing. They do something that people may or may not like, and they make it so crazy because they know it won't pass, because neither side actually has any intention of passing anything, but they want you to think they have an intention of passing something. I say laugh because we just voted them back into office. And they've got to be laughing all the way to the bank. It's like, these morons voted us back into office? I can't believe they did that. But we did. Woo! $600. Let's see. My income went from about $1,200 a month to about $350 a month, because of our reaction to stimulus. So let's see, 1,200 minus 350. So that's 850 times what? 10 months. So I've lost $8,500 in income because of our government's reaction, and they sent me 1,800. Nice. Haven't edited anything yet. Now, believe it or not, if you guys don't want to talk about this, say so and we'll move on. But this is just friendly chit chat. The foreign aid spending is not a big deal. The foreign aid spending is actually probably worthwhile. The benefit that U.S. companies get in exchange for that foreign aid and preferential treatment with contracts and stuff like that probably exceeds the amount we spend in foreign aid. You got to remember, $25 million is not a lot of money. You say, but I'm only getting $600, but you're not. You know, for example, if that $2,000 stimulus check bill the House passed actually passed, that's $500 billion. That's $500 billion. It's not $2,000. It's $500 billion. Because remember, it's 2,000 times the number of people. It's not, though. It's not a huge deal. It's a tiny amount of money. If they repealed the entire foreign aid spending bill, if they repealed every penny of it and said, we're giving America that money, it's $174 each. It's nothing. It's nothing. When I look at government spending, I look at it from the angle of, okay, my government is spending this amount of dollars, but what do I get back in return for that dollars? The return on investment for foreign aid is pretty high. Yes, it's billions, but it's not a lot of money. It's like, what was it? $43 billion. The $600 checks cost $200 billion. I mean, you're not thinking, yeah, soft power. But not just soft power, there's also an invested return. So when Boeing or Lockheed gets that preferential contract with that country, instead of, you know, the Chinese company getting that contract with the country, we make more than we spent in the financial aid. Yes, we should be sending out checks, Lightspeed. I mean, normally, I'm not a fan of government handouts, but the government took our jobs from us. They owe us. It's that simple. The problem is we have a philosophy in this country, a very bad philosophy of trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics does not work because the people at the top just keep it. Companies can't compete globally, and in fact, we need to work hard to stop them from competing globally. One of the reasons we have $7 minimum wage and no jobs is because our companies are competing globally. So, good luck competing with the Chinese guy or the Vietnamese guy or the Indian guy making $7 a month. And he's rich. Well, in this case, yes, it does. The money does solve a problem. You have people losing. I mean, I technically don't need the money. I like it, but I technically don't need it. You too, BCK. But you have people who have had their jobs taken from them, their incomes taken from them, and they didn't have a choice. It was at gunpoint. Well, if the government wants to close this stuff down, then the government needs to pay for it. It's that simple. I mean, you can't just say, oh, government welfare is bad, and okay, well, fuck the 30 million people who lost their jobs and are going to lose their homes. Just, fuck them, right? I mean, one of the most aggravating things that I hear is when people say, well, you should better yourself and get a better job. No, Boeing was just the first one to pop into my head. But that soft power money does result in a return. It's complicated, it's annoying, but that soft power, that application of soft power does pay us back. Yes, it does. It keeps people solvent right now. But that's what we need. We need to help them for a minute. We don't need to set them up for life. We need to help them for a minute until we get our shit fixed. It's not going to fix anything permanently, but it does put a band-aid on the current problem. The problem is it wasn't enough. 600 is not enough. But you also have the unemployment boost. That's going to help. You have the SNAP benefit boost. That's going to help. You have... Uh-oh. That was not good. Do not break on me. You also have the rental aid, the $25 billion going to rental aid. That's huge. Well, it depends on your industry. There's a lot of factors involved. But yes, for the most part, our government is harmful. What's voodoo economics, Hercom? I haven't heard that term before. Yes, well, actually, I'm okay with income tax. Believe it or not, income tax is perfectly normal. Because income tax is indirect taxation. The problem is, for most people in the country, what we call income tax isn't actually income tax. It's revenue tax. Revenue tax is bad. That needs to end. Yeah, trickle-down does not work. Trickle-down is total bullshit. We have 30 years of proof, 40 years of proof that trickle-down economics does not work. Trickle-down economics has created the largest wealth divide in the history of our country. I do agree with that, Lightspeed, that all other spending should come to a stop until we fix here. I do agree with that. Come on, don't fail me. It keeps crashing into the failed support. And all it's got to do... I don't understand what that was. SDG, revenue tax is just sacks big time. I don't know what that means. Who cares if we print money? Our entire economy is based on printing money. It doesn't matter. All it's got to do is hold out long enough for that roof to attach to the wall. Once the roof attaches to the wall, we're good. Lightspeed. I'm going to give you a quick primer on money and how screwed we are. I agree. Defund and disband the ATF. Now, let's say I was born January 1st, 0 AD. Yes and no, Lightspeed. Our inflation doesn't quite work like that. Ultimately, it could get to that if we fuck it up, which we're doing a pretty good job of fucking it up, but it does not directly work like that. Economics in a fractional reserve banking system is a little spooky. It's a little weird. It does not work like you normally think it does. Please don't fail. Let's say I go back to January 1st, 0 AD, and I start a business selling 3D printed gumdrops. Okay? These are red ones, easy to say. No, it has not been done globally in many countries. All the countries that have had failed currencies that have experienced hyperinflation was a result of the global markets losing faith in that country's currency. And that loss of faith is what hyperinflated the currency. Them printing money was an attempt to stop the devaluation of the currency, but that doesn't work. As you saw, the inflation just continues. Let's say I find out that selling these gumdrops makes me a millionaire. I make $1 million my first day in business. I make $1 million every single day. But that's not how it works. It's weird. I mean, it's strange. They can control the rate of inflation. Like right now, inflation's almost 0. Oh yeah, oh shit, that is getting really weird. Oh, come on, don't you fail on me, you little bastard. What is getting in the way? Oh, it's warping. The corners are warping. It's almost connected, though. It's almost attached. Can't fix it. Nothing I can do. It's almost attached. I'm just going to have to let it ride and hope it works. So, light speed. Correct. The CPI is a much better indicator. Because they manipulate the numbers. They jigger the numbers. You make $1 million a day selling little gumdrops. Okay? So, $1 million a day, $365 million a year. How many years, Lightspeed, for you to make $1 trillion? Give me a quick answer. Don't use a calculator. Give me a guess. You got 10 seconds. Give me a guess. Just pick a number out of the air. How many years to make $1 trillion if your company is making $1 million every single day and $365 million a year? How long before you make your first $1 trillion? Remember, you started January 1st, 0 AD. You started 2,020 years ago. How long before you make your first $1 trillion? Well, you're about to get a surprise. You're not there yet. Come back in 680 years. If you make $1 million every single day, more money in one day than I need for my entire lifetime. $1 million every single day. $365 million a year. It'll take you 2,700 years to make $1 trillion. $1 trillion. The average person on minimum wage would need 75,000 years to make $1 billion. What's hard to understand about what I'm asking? If your global business makes $365 million a year, $1 million a day, how long to make 1 trillion? 2,700 years. That's how long it'll take you to make 1 trillion. Our country is 54 trillion in debt. So if there's going to be any hyperinflation from printing too much money, we're already there, buddy. That boat sailed a long time ago. If we're going to have hyperinflation, it's already going to happen. And no amount of stopping spending and no amount of stopping printing money is going to change that at all. Because we're already 54 trillion in debt. Done. If there's going to be hyperinflation, there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. Whether they give us $600 checks or $6,000 checks, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference whatsoever. We are already so far in debt that boat has sailed. It's gone. So you would have needed to have been saying that 60 years ago. Include future promised spending, $54 trillion. Yep. No, it won't. This package is $500 billion. The 2K package, the $2,000 check package, it's $500 billion. It's nothing. It's $500 billion. It's literally meaningless in the bigger picture. But it's not meaningless to the people who need it. I mean, it doesn't matter. Your alternative is to tell 40 million people to get fucked. I mean, that's your choice. Your choice is increase your debt. Your choice is increase your debt by a very small amount and possibly save your country, or tell 40 million people to get fucked for something they didn't do. I mean, look at all these countries giving all of their citizens monetary support every month while they're ordering them to lock down and not go to work. I don't see any of these countries failing, and they're not going to. It's a necessary evil. You have to do it. Now, we should have done it differently. We should never have had a lockdown. We should never have closed businesses. We should have enforced masks and social distancing and enforced changes in some businesses, and then this all wouldn't have been an issue. Yep. Yep. And then the U.S. currency is going to go splat, and the U.S. nation is going to go splat. No. I'm only talking about the $2,000 checks that we were talking about. If they were to pass this new bill to increase the checks to $2,000, it would add $500 billion to the bill. So the $900 billion COVID bill would become a $1.4 trillion bill. We didn't do anything. That's the problem. Yeah, no kidding. I love spice drops. Spice drops are good. Yeah, but you didn't do it well enough. Most countries did not enforce mask wearing. Even countries that had mask mandates didn't have compliance. If you have the money to invest, yes, that's the way to make money. Correct. That's what a fiat currency is. The dollar is worth the dollar because we declare it so. Yeah, masks don't work outdoors. You don't need them outdoors. What you need is them in the Walmart and stuff like that. So far, I think the CR-30 is a badass machine. She did a good job of making sure they put everything, including the kitchen sink, into this printer. There was no skimping. They didn't cheap out on anything. All high quality components, well built, overbuilt almost. I have almost no complaints about the kinematics, the mechanical construct of the printer. It's incredible. What we now have to wait for is for the software to catch up. And that's why it didn't work. In order for masks to work, you need 95% compliance. If you don't have 95% compliance, the virus is going to keep spreading. The U.S. government owns Bitcoin. Bitcoin is pointless for that. Masks are insanely effective. They're incredibly effective. It's not a placebo. That would work better, but we can't do that. No, they own it. The U.S. government owns Bitcoin. Because in order for you to do anything with Bitcoin, at some point, it's got to become U.S. dollars. At some point during that transaction chain, in order for you to do anything with that Bitcoin, it's got to become dollars. And that's when the U.S. can control it. And if it becomes a genuine threat, they can just make it illegal. They already did that. They made until recently, it was illegal for you to have gold. Very true. Germany just imposed a mask mandate and achieved compliance. 20 days later, 45% drop in new cases. Done. It works. No, they'll just render it illegal. It'll be like you transporting money across the country illegally. Trust me, you have no idea. The only currency that matters in the world is force, violence. Whoever has a monopoly on force controls everything. It's ratioed with the dollar. Every country that has achieved compliance with a mask mandate has saw a dramatic reduction in new cases. If that's not enough to convince you it works, then there's nothing that'll convince you it works. If you think a mask is going to protect you from the virus, I got a bridge to sell you. That's not how it works. Masks can protect you from the virus, but it's very, very difficult to achieve. Well, space FPV, this is a very simple concept I want you to think about. You need to understand that there's 3 ways that this virus moves around here as far as the way we group things. You have first party, second party, and third party infection. Okay, protection. Vertical surfaces? No, Print's vertical surface is just fine. You just have to remember your overhang is a different beast on this printer. On this printer, you're printing at 45 degrees, so a vertical wall is a maximum overhang wall. So you just have to be aware of that. So, printing this, no problem. Printing this, big problem. On a regular printer, that's no problem. On this printer, that's a big problem. But on this printer, printing this is no problem at all. So the kinematics changes, and once you wrap your mind around it, you begin to understand. It's a niche printer. It's not going to replace your Ender 3. It's going to complement it. It'll allow you to do different certain things well. Okay. We're going to replace masks with pants. And we're going to replace
the virus with piss. Okay? Now, we're all going to go to Walmart or Aldi or whatever you have near you, naked. No masks. That means no pants. And we're just going to randomly piss on each other. All right? I'm just gonna whip it out and I'm gonna piss on you. What happens? Well, we all get soaked in piss. Okay? Because we're all pissing on each other. Now, you want to protect yourself from this piss. So you're gonna put on a pair of pants, a mask. Now, I walk by you and I piss on you. What happens? Well, your pants might stop a little bit of my pee from getting on you, but you're still covered in piss. Okay? That's first party protection. Now imagine instead we put pants on everybody. So everybody's wearing pants. Now what happens when I walk by you and I piss all over you? Well, you stay dry and I've got a wet pair of pants. Okay? That's how masks work for third-party protection. Okay? In the medical industry, we call this source control. Is now a Chinese face dipper. What's that? You've got me curious. This better not load a porn site. Chinese face dipper. What the fuck is that? Five axis printing would rock. Okay, what the hell is that? It's very simple. You can't breathe out the virus. That's not how it works. They're not an idiot, Herkimer. They've been misinformed. They've been intentionally and maliciously misinformed. So, think of it like this. Think of the virus like these sugar crystals on the table. Okay? But these sugar crystals, for the most part, are just sitting on the table. They can't do anything. In order for those sugar crystals to get anywhere, they need a carrier. The carrier is the spice drops. Okay? So, if I want to fling these crystals from here to there, I have to put them on the spice drops and fling the spice drop. And the spice drop is the carrier that brings those crystals across the room. Now, some of the crystals might fall off the spice drop and end up in the air, and those are a minor threat, but not really. We'll get that in a minute. For the most part, however, you need to catch one of the spice drops in order to catch the crystals. And the crystals are the virus. Okay? Now, the more spice drops we toss into the air, the more virus we have floating in the air. And when you have a certain amount of the virus, I'm going to get vaccinated during the second batch. I'm going to wait to see if anything happens to the first batch of people, and if nothing happens to them, I'll be standing in line to get my vaccine. Vaccines worked. They've saved billions and billions of lives. I'm a little concerned with how fast this one went, but the reality is most vaccines don't actually take that long to develop. Most of the time spent developing a vaccine is actually fundraising. So you hear a vaccine took, 10 years to develop. No, the vaccine took a year to develop. It took 9 years to get the funding to do it. So they spent 9 years getting the funding and getting the approvals, and then it spent a year making the vaccine. Well, we didn't have to do any of that for this vaccine because they threw money at it. Okay? So, in the terms of the virus, the spice drops are your water molecules that you're breathing out. When you breathe out, you're breathing out water. Okay? Your breath has moisture. You can make your hand wet by breathing on it. You can feel the moisture on your hand. Well, I can't. I'm in a dry climate. You might not in your wet climate. But it's so dry here, I could feel the moisture from my breath on my hand. It actually makes my hand a little wet. Okay? Well, that moisture is what is carrying the virus. The virus does not come out of your lungs as a virus. Okay? It comes out of your lungs carried on water, on moisture particles. Well, guess what, critters? Moisture particles are huge. And they're really easy to capture. Now, once those moisture particles are free, they begin dropping off little sugar crystals, little bits of the virus. If you drop off enough of those sugar crystals, the amount of viral material in the environment becomes high enough to infect somebody. And that material, a mask is very ineffective at stopping. Not because masks can't stop it, but because most of us don't have a goddamn clue how to properly wear a mask and how to use the procedure and protocol that goes along with wearing a mask. If you want first party protection, if you're wearing a mask without a face shield, you're wasting your time. Okay? You need a hair covering, you need a face shield, you need a quality mask, you need to know how to wear the mask and how to use it properly, and you need to use the proper protocol and PPE to take off and replace that mask at regular intervals. You have to do all of that correctly in order to provide yourself with first party protection. None of you are going to do that. Now, on the other hand, source control, where we stop people from spreading the virus to begin with. That is very easy to do. Pretty much any 3+ layer high density fabric mask works fantastically at that. Then stay the fuck home and stop infecting people. That's no different than you shooting up a bus with your machine gun and saying, I don't want to stop shooting my machine gun. It's as simple as that. It's that simple. Okay? If you relegated it to a political issue instead of a science issue, that's on you. Now, that's not entirely your fault. Our government made this a political issue from day one. And so half the population has been brainwashed and misinformed and lied to from day one. And now we wonder why it's hard to get them to change tact. You lied to them for the first 6 months, and you wonder why they don't take you seriously now. But masks work. We've known they worked for 100 years. This is not new science. There's no new studies. There's no new discoveries. There's no new evidence. We've known they worked for 100 years. I don't want to wear a mask either. I don't want to wear a shirt and pants either. But I'm going to because I want to function in society. I mean, masks suck. They're not comfortable. They're stuffy. They're annoying. They're a pain in the butt. But if it means I don't die, or worse, kill someone else, I'm okay with that. Because they work. Lockdowns don't work. Closing businesses? Oh, let me get this straight. Okay, so we're going to close the little mom and pop shop. If you get a headache in 10 minutes wearing a mask, it's psychosomatic. It's not the mask. It really isn't. So let me get this straight here, okay? Let me explain the logic of our country to you. We're going to close down the mom and pop shop and put them out of business because it's dangerous. They can spread the virus. But if you walk into a Walmart, suddenly you're immune from the virus. I mean, what the fuck? You know how many small businesses have been destroyed in the last 10 months? Destroyed. Gone. Tens of thousands. Gone. Just, we're destroying this country for nothing. The lockdowns, unconstitutional and ineffective. They don't work. Closing businesses, unconstitutional and ineffective. They don't work. Social distancing and wearing masks works. Telling churches, don't be morons and hold sermons with 300 people, totally constitutional, and it works. Okay? That's because, okay, it's because most of the countries aren't doing it right. That's a lot of bullshit. Just make something. I mean, that doesn't really happen as much, not nearly as much as you think. And if you want to bypass that kind of data, just look at excess deaths. Just ignore all the COVID deaths, ignore all the data that they're putting out, because who knows where it's coming from, who knows how they're getting those numbers. Just look at excess deaths. Excess deaths tell you everything you need to know, and they can't fudge those numbers. Because either the people died or they didn't. So you can't really fudge those numbers. But the on paper, a lockdown works. But most of you have no idea, or if you want to storm. Hey, but you know something fascinating? Almost no increase in COVID cases from all the protests months ago. Do you know why? Because they're all outside. You can't really spread the virus outside. It doesn't work that way. Suicides have gone up, and you'll have to adjust your numbers accordingly. The way you do that is a deeper dive into the numbers, okay? We're also going to have less deaths from car accidents because we're driving less, okay? We're going to have less deaths from home invasions because people are home more, so there's less home invasions. All these numbers are going to change, but you're still going to have excess deaths. And if you think that we've had 300,000 extra suicides this year, you're looking at wrong numbers, buddy. Okay? So what you do is you look at the suicides from last year, and you look at the predicted suicides from this year. Those numbers are shockingly accurate. And if your suicides from this year are higher, you take that difference and subtract it from your excess deaths. Okay? You can do all this math. Well, in the U.S., we had that big thing with all the riots and the protests in the major cities, but there was no spike in COVID cases. The reason is they were outside. It's extremely, when you have something that's floating on the wind, it's very difficult to spread it when the wind is just blowing it away. Okay, you get COVID indoors. There are exceptions, of course. If you're in a big enough crowd of people and there's no wind, there could be spread, but for the most part, you're going to get it indoors. Yeah, good point. But the point is, you can adjust these numbers to account for the differences in things like increased or decreased crime, increased or decreased car accidents, increased or decreased suicides. You can adjust, like for example, a significant portion of our excess deaths were avoidable deaths. So, for example, you had cases where people who normally would not have died because they did not go to the hospital, either because the hospital wasn't taking cases because they had too many COVID cases, or because people were afraid to go to the hospital because of the COVID situation. And so these people who had a lethal condition that normally wouldn't be lethal ended up dying from it because they didn't go to the hospital. So you have those changes in deaths as well. But you can adjust for all these numbers without paying attention to the bullshit the news puts on the TV. But the big thing about the protest is it was outdoors. People say, well, I have a right to religion, but you don't have a right to hold it in a building with 300 people during a pandemic. Hold the fucking sermon outdoors. The print is moving this way, and the top of the print is wiggling a little bit, but it's about to connect. And once it connects, it'll be okay. Well, that's a completely different issue in SDG. We have a pretty serious healthcare issue in this country. You know, that's going to take generations to fix. I don't know how to fix that. How do you convince an industry to give up trillions of dollars in profit? How do you convince them to do that? You have to use force, and they're not going to go quietly. No established power gives up their power without force. None. They have no reason to. But masks don't protect you from the virus. Masks stop you from spreading the virus. And if everybody wears masks to stop spreading the virus, then there is less viral material in your environment. The lower viral material in your environment is what protects you from the virus. Yeah, the top is wobbling. That little top part there that is on the top of support was it's a benchy. So you have the cabin and then you have the roof sticking out the back. Okay, that roof is exaggerated because I stretched the benchy a meter long. On top of that, that roof is being printed like this. So that roof is an island sitting on top of support. So until the roof connects with the rest of the model, it's sitting a little bit loose. I should have increased the support density there. It's my first time printing support with Idea Maker with a belt printer, so I'll learn. Yeah, it's a big stretched out benchy. One of you guys asked for it, so I was like, okay. I sliced the big stretched out benchy. You'll see pictures, for example, of people who post, a biohazard mask and a painter's mask and a carpenter's mask, and they're saying all of these masks to protect you from these things, but somehow this cloth mask is going to protect you from COVID-19. No. All those other masks are first-party protection devices. When you have a can of spray paint that you're spraying in the air, okay, you can't control the source, the paint, because you need to spray the paint to do what you're doing. So your mask has to provide first-party protection. In the case of COVID, we are the source of the virus. Therefore, we do have the ability to enact source control. And when you enact source control, it's very different than trying to enact first-party protection. So, for example, to get any kind of, if you want any kind of first-party protection, you're going to start with something like this. Okay? This is what you got to start with if you want first-party protection. If you want first-party protection that you as a regular Joe citizen have a reasonable chance of conducting effectively, you need to start with something like this. And it's very important that you do not have an exhaust port. So this one looks like it does not have an exhaust port. So it is two-way through the filter. That's important because otherwise you're spreading the virus. Okay, which you don't want to be doing. No, I don't. This I use whenever I do any kind of work. So, like, for example, when I start cutting lumber, I wear this. When I cut the door out of the container, I'll wear this because I only have one eye. So I'm actually not wearing this for breathing protection. I'm wearing this for eyeball protection. I need to make sure that my face is sealed so that nothing gets around this mask and into my eyeballs because I only have one eye. So if I fuck up my one eye, I'm kind of screwed. So I wear a full face mask when I do anything that involves potential danger to my eyeballs from particulate matter, like cutting wood or cutting metal. If I'm working underneath the car, on the car, it's not projected debris. That's the issue. It's falling debris. So I have a pair of DeWalt goggles that I wear that are good and tight fitting, and they work good enough. But if I'm projecting matter, like using a saw or a cutoff disc, I wear this. Because I just, I don't want to live blind. So I protect my eye. I was born blind. I was born with neither eye working. They were able to fix this one, but they couldn't fix this one. So I can only see out of one eye. Yeah, most people can't tell. School nurses, I freak them out a lot because I can't see out of this eye, so I don't really exert much control over this eye. So sometimes this eye will just do whatever the hell it wants. So she'll be giving me a little eye test, and then this eye will just start going. It really freaked him out. No, see, I don't Under normal conditions, I would say yes. People who don't wear a mask are morons. But that's not the case. We have a largely uneducated population. We don't know a whole lot about science and stuff like that. On top of that, the people that we're supposed to trust to do the science for us, come on, stay put. You're almost there. It's almost there. People who we are supposed to be able to trust to give us this information lied to us. The WHO and the CDC and our government all told us masks aren't needed. They effectively said masks don't work. When you combine that with an uneducated population, and then you combine that with a system that turned it into a political agenda point, I understand. A lot of people really do think they're pulling our chain, that it's bullshit. And they are, but in a different way. Oh, someone told me the origin of that Oh No song. It was I think it was an Aerosmith song. Well, yeah. Why does a baby wear a diaper? Yeah, Logan. The one account got it. Still waiting for the other one. Oh, because Michelle and I are each getting one. So. Oh, mine, it shows as pending, but hers doesn't show as pending yet. Just because it's a different bank. Yeah, well, it could be a couple days. It could be tomorrow, it could be Monday. All right. I got to go. I'm on the live stream right now. I'll call you after the stream. Okay, bye. Why do we put diapers on a baby? Because shit comes out of their ass in an uncontrolled manner, and we'd like to capture that shit, not spread it around our environment. So why do we put face diapers on? Because shit comes out of our mouth in an uncontrolled manner, and we'd like to not spread that shit all around our environment. Just one is feces, and one is COVID-19. Okay, so call it whatever the hell you want. It works. I wish I can go anywhere. But well, see, if I were standing in front of you, I would just bite you. I'd growl at you and bite you. And there's plenty of influenza this year. Go look it up. The stats are there. The problem is influenza is dramatically reduced this year. Why is that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because we're social distancing, staying home, and wearing masks. So it's not spreading as like it usually does. Hello. Now I love when people say, wear masks, they work. That's why influenza is down. But COVID is up, so I thought masks work. Hey, derp. The infection rate for COVID-19 is a Rose number of 6.5, while the infection rate for influenza is a Rose number of 1.3. So influenza is a lot easier to stop. That's what I'm talking about. Not Rose number. What's the word for how contagious something is? But anyway, coronavirus is 3 or 4 times as contagious as influenza. So it's going to take, yeah, the R0, the R naught. The R0 for coronavirus is like 6.5, while the R0 for influenza is like 1.3. You too, Deslogos. So it's a lot easier to spread COVID-19 than it is to spread influenza. On top of that, we already have some immunity to influenza. We already have vaccines for influenza. So the very things that we're doing ineffectively to stop COVID are very effective for influenza. In fact, I think it's convinced me that I'm going to wear a mask for the first couple of weeks of flu season from now on. Because while I don't tend to get flu, no doubt I'm probably a carrier during flu season. And so if I can help stop the spread of it, why not? Influenza probably won't go away, but if we started wearing masks at the beginning of influenza season and started just doing a better job at, recognizing when we're sick, and see influenza, it's you're far less likely to be an asymptomatic carrier of influenza. It doesn't have as much of a incubation time as COVID can. One of the big problems with COVID-19 and the reason masks work so well is that COVID-19 has a high incubation time. Yeah, well, actually, that's the weird thing. Wasn't it the bubonic plague was not carried by the rats? Correct. Well, actually, you should just stay home. But if you have to go out, wear a mask. The funniest thing was when I was watching that politician on TV. And he pulls his mask down, sneezes, and then puts the mask back. Oh my god! It's like having an umbrella and closing it when it rains harder. Or it's like, oh, wait a minute, don't shoot me yet. Let me take off my body armor first. Okay, now shoot me. Oh my god, people are crazy. That's true too. Yeah, it was fleas. I think it was the fleas that spread the bubonic plague or something like that. But when you get past all the politics and you get past all the bullshit, the science is very clear. Masks work. The problem we have in the US, besides lack of education and bad politics and all that crap, yeah, I think it's going to be okay. That section is going to be a little sloppy because it was moving around, but it didn't fail completely, so I'm okay with that. The big problem we have is that we are not used to thinking about things from a community standpoint. Now, I don't mean that in a negative way. It can be taken negative, it can be taken positive, but I'm talking about it in a neutral sense of the word. We tend to be freedom, liberty, individual driven. We consider our individual liberties to be more important than our community liberties to some extent. And so when we think of a mask, we don't think of it from the perspective of I am protecting you. We think of it from the perspective of why would I wear the mask? It doesn't protect me. And they're right, it doesn't. The mask is not going to protect you. Good. That's very good. So we don't tend to think about it from the perspective of, oh, wait, I'm wearing the mask to protect my fellow community members. We don't tend to think of it like that. And that's part of why it's hard to get people to use them. It's, what we should have done was start working on the propaganda process early on to make it a grassroots effort to mask wear, make it a patriotic thing to do. We should have worked toward making people want to do it instead of telling them to do it. We should have made the people think it was their idea, and then made it patriotic, made it fun, made it an honorable achievement kind of thing to do. Instead, the problem is our politicians wanted the pandemic to happen. I'm not going to pick sides. I didn't vote for Trump or Biden. I voted for neither one. Okay, so I'm not picking sides. But the Democratic Party had a particular loathing and hatred for Trump. And they intentionally took actions to let this pandemic happen because it furthered their agenda. What they did not anticipate was how bad the virus would get. We've had pandemics over the past several years. That's what I did. My first mask had the Zia on it, the logo for New Mexico, because I wanted to make it a patriotic loyalty kind of thing. I wanted people to want to wear them. And our our politicians wanted the pandemic to happen because the only thing Trump had going for him was the economy. And it wasn't even that great, but it was okay. That was his only star in his book for the government, was the economy. Not our economy, or the stock market's economy, but whatever. The point is, he was doing good with the economy, and they wanted to destroy that. And a pandemic with a lockdown scenario would summarily destroy the economy. So that's why they did that. That's why when he suggested closing down the airports and closing down travel from China, by the way, already too late. The virus was here in November, maybe earlier. It was already too late at that point. But the reason they went against him on that and made him out to be a racist for wanting that, even though it was the right thing to do, was because they wanted the pandemic to occur. They wanted to destroy the economy so they can destroy him and get him out of office. What they did not expect, however, was for the pandemic to get this bad. And our government officials didn't start changing their mind on mask wearing until about June. And even then, it wasn't the federal government. It was the state governors who started to change their mind because the body bag count got too high. And, well, we're talking about a year ago, so it's quite relevant. So when the body count got high, then some of our politicians started to have second thoughts. But even then, they wouldn't turn around and say, wear a mask. They just soft suggested it, saying, okay, maybe they do help. Maybe it would be a good idea. But they didn't make it firm, okay? So this first 6 months of what we did sent mixed signal messages to our population. And so I don't blame the population as a whole for being anti-mask, because they were bred to be anti-mask for the first 6 months of the pandemic. So it's not entirely their fault. We need to fix it, but I won't just call them idiots and morons. Some of them are. There are plenty who are just simply idiots and morons. But for a large portion of them, they were just given bad information, and now they're being given conflicting information. And because they're not very good with science and history, it's difficult for them to figure out which body of information is good or bad. So that's not entirely their fault. If you've decided you don't want to wear a mask, then nothing's going to change your mind. And that's human nature, and there's nothing I can do about that. If you're going to ignore science and the science doesn't matter to you, then there's no convincing you. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's human nature. It'll be fine. Now that the vaccine's on the way, it's going to take about 6 to 9 months to propagate enough of the vaccine for things to actually have an impact. And you still have to keep wearing a mask even when you have the vaccine, because remember, the vaccine means you don't die from COVID-19. It doesn't mean you don't carry it and spread it to others. So you still need to wear the mask to protect the people around you. And I think we should, hey, auto drop, I think we should start, taking a clue from other countries. Start wearing masks and washing our hands better when flu season starts. Well, see, that's a little different here. It's if the government has been telling everybody from the beginning to wear a mask, and the science said wear a mask from the beginning, then I'd say yes. But now you have the government saying one thing, and then the government saying another thing, and then saying, oh, we're going to fine you. That's a good way to piss a lot of people off who don't have any money. Remember, unlike other countries, we're not getting stipends from the government to allow us to stay at home. And, there's countries now where if you go outside when you're on lockdown, they fine you. And it's big. And worse, you're no longer free to go home. Now you go into a government hotel. Right, they'll pay for it, but now you don't get the freedom to go to your house anymore because you've proven you can't follow simple instructions. We can't do that here. It doesn't work that way. Our entire structure, our entire society would fall apart. Good for you, man. You a volunteer, or is that a paid gig? Nice! Cool new printer. Just remember, the Mega Zero, you can't go too fast in vase mode. It has an issue with vase mode. So slow down when you do vase mode. Otherwise, great printer. It's a good, solid machine. It's one of Anycubic's first machines to use extrusions. You know, they tended to be on the stamped metal and the threaded rod and what do you call the smooth rods? Guide rods, like the Anycubic Mega and the Mega S. Good machines, but I prefer extrusions. What are you gonna do? All you can do is do your best. I mean, I don't know how to fix the country as a whole. I mean, I don't know if you can. Well, I put a piece of Wham Bam on my Mega Zero. That's the first thing I did. I put a flex plate on it. Wow. 79 pounds for Mega Zero? Hell yeah, I'd buy one for that price. What's that, like 90 bucks? Wow. Good deal, dude. And remember, if you get a little heating pad, a little car heating pad, you can put a heat bed on it. Super cheap. Damn, that's a good price. This country can't actually impose a lockdown. I mean, most people don't even have a week's worth of food in their house. I've got a year's worth of food, like literally. I could seal up that door and we're good for a year. I got enough pellets for 2 years. I got enough food for a year, year and a half. Yeah, there you go. I'd be assassinated if I actually had any chance of making it to president. I'd be assassinated. Actually, the IQ is pretty high. It's not about IQ. It's about education. You could have a 200 IQ, but if you get a shit education, you get a shit education. IQ is intelligence quality. It's an intelligence quotient. It's your potential intelligence. Correct. Uneducated population is an easy to manipulate population. So we don't put a whole lot into our education. We have one of the best secondary education systems on the planet. We have one of the worst primary education systems on the planet. We are literally the most powerful nation on this planet, the wealthiest nation on this planet, with nobody even close to being second to us. And yet we have one of the worst primary education systems in the world. What are we, like 17th or something like that? It's ridiculous. That's good. I just want to be that Among Us character with the slithering snake coming out of my mouth. And I can just chase everybody around the store going... Oh, that'd be great. Someone made a little animation of the Among Us character with the head split open and the mouth, just the tongue continuously sticking out, going... trying to get the other guys. Both political parties rely on people being stupid to exist. Both. Well, first of all, you know, regardless of your opinion on the guy personally, he's not an idiot. You know, you don't become wealthy like that by being stupid. And you don't become president of the United States by being stupid. I don't care what you think of the guy. I don't care what you think of politics. It doesn't matter. You're wrong. You do not become president by being stupid. Now, is he smart? No. He's probably slightly above average intelligence. I would say he's probably between a 115 and a 120 for IQ. He's not a dummy. No, the Masons don't run the country. The corporations run the country. The United States is a plutocracy. Yes, but he still exists and he's still wealthy. You know, stupid people lose the wealth pretty quickly and they don't get it back. So he's not stupid. Is he smart? No, but he's not stupid. What he is absolutely a narcissist, and he has poor self-control and a massive ego. I've told you guys this before. Trump is no different than Obama. Trump is no different than Clinton. Trump is no different than Bush. And Trump is not really any different than Biden. They're all dirtbags who are looking out for themselves and only themselves at the cost of the American people. No, I don't know anything about masonry. I tried to build a brick wall, but, you know. He's not really any different than our past 10 presidents or 5 presidents, whatever. The difference between scumbag Obama and scumbag Trump is that Obama has enough self-control of his ego to keep his goddamn mouth shut. Trump's primary problem is he doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. He has an ego the size of Jupiter, and even Jupiter goes, damn boy, you on steroids? And he doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Yeah, I bet. Well, it was an in thing to be anti-Trump, too. So the Democratic Party took great advantage of the fact that he would not keep his mouth shut. So much of Trump's problems would have been solved if he'd have just shut up. If he'd have kept his goddamn ego in check and let his professional speechwriters handle his communications. Deliver the message he wants to deliver, but let them filter it. And he didn't do that. You got to hear him raw. You never heard Obama raw. You never heard Clinton raw. You never heard Bush raw. They were smart enough to go that I am not smart enough to let the world hear my raw thoughts. Professional speechwriter I pay a lot of money to who is very good at this stuff. Please take this statement and make me not sound stupid. That's what they did that he doesn't do. He just didn't know how to shut his goddamn mouth. And that was his failing. That was his primary failing. Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it, you can keep creating, new words to insult and ad hominem attack him all you want, but it boils down to he couldn't keep his mouth shut. If he had kept his mouth shut, he'd have been fine. He can read just fine. Like I said, he's not stupid. He's just not very good at self-control. And there's no filter on his thoughts. You're hearing the thoughts come right out of his mouth without a filter. And that's the problem. And boy, did everybody take advantage of it. Boy, they never let him forget a thing. But it's his fault. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. He got what he deserved. Well, the roof is attached, so it's not going to fail now. That's good. You can see it's a little messed up on the top there, but that's okay. I now know I have to put more support there. I have to beef up that support. In Simplified 3D, it's expansion. Like if I put 4mm pillars in, I could tell it to expand all the support by 1 or 2 millimeters to make it thicker. Oh, this is not going to be done probably until tonight or tomorrow. We are at 16 hours and we are 40% the way done. True, but the problem is everybody took advantage of it, and the problem is, contrary to popular belief, presidents aren't gods. They're normal people, and they make normal, dumb, stupid people mistakes. They come across so professionally and so presidential because they have a team of people who vet everything they say. Every every word that came out of Obama's mouth went through multiple professional filters. Same with Clinton, same with Bush, etc. Anything they said went through multiple professional. The very first thing I would do if I became president of the United States would be to hand my computer over to my speechwriter and say, don't let me have this computer again. Everything I say goes through you. Because someone's going to say something that's going to piss me off, and I'm going to say something in reply. And there's a very big difference between Chris Taylor living in a mobile home in New Mexico saying something and the President of the United States saying something. There's a very big difference there. And he didn't understand that difference. He thought, he thought his thoughts were gold. Yeah. Gold turds. It's a benchy that I stretched out to a meter. So I doubled the size and then I stretched it to a meter long. So big giant benchy. So that's what we're printing. Well, they're professionals. They're not going to change what you're saying. They're going to clean up what you're saying. You're still going to be the one reading it. You're going to read the speech they give you back. 16 and a half hours it's been printing. Well, a lot of that kind of decision is catering and pandering to different parts of your support class. So part of the group of people who were supporting him were anti, what do they call that? Don't say nothing philosophy that they had in the military before. Part of the people who supported him were that kind of people, so he had to pander to them. Greta is not big enough to be tasty. Don't ask, don't tell. That's it. So. Yeah, we're cooled down nicely. Biden's got an uphill battle because, again, a lot of people don't realize the president doesn't actually have a whole lot of power. You still need Congress. So that's why they're all fighting so hard for this run-up election. The Democrats can't take control of the Senate, but they can equalize control of the Senate. They can get a 50-50, and that's a lot better than what they have now. I mean, I personally, I'm a registered Republican. I'm not big on the philosophies of the Democratic Party. I'm not big on many of the philosophies of the Republican Party either, but I align closer with original Republican Party lines than I do with original Democratic Party lines. But I voted for Kanye West. I mean, I'm a Republican and I support UBI. I'm a Republican and I support universal health care. I'm a Republican and I support a living wage as a minimum wage because that's what it was intended to be. So I'm more of a libertarian. I wish I could make it into filament again, but I'm just going to melt it down into blocks. We should be a little bit communistic, and we should be a little bit socialist, and we should be a little bit democratic, and we should be a little bit capitalist. We should be a little bit of all that. I can't believe he's the one they pushed forward for their candidate. I mean, they couldn't find somebody better than him. I can't believe he even won the election. I mean, it's part of what makes me think there was something fishy with our election because there's no way he should have won. I mean, I would have considered him unelectable. Because it's easy, and I can build a shed with it. So I want to turn them into cinder blocks, that shape, so that I can mix them with cinder blocks and build something with them. because 3D printing is actually carbon negative, because you're sequestering carbon from the plant material you use to make it. But if this goes into the dump, then it's releasing the carbon, and now it's carbon positive. So if I can keep the plastic, then that keeps it at least carbon neutral. So if I can make something useful out of the waste plastic, then that's good. Have you heard of corn pop? What's corn pop? I mean, obviously it's not popcorn, so what's that mean? But you remember, we are supposed to be a constitutional republic. We're not supposed to be a democracy. There's currently no affordable consumer level printer designed for high temperature filaments. You can get close. Some of the flash forge machines have 300-degree hot ends. I believe the Prusa might have a 300-degree hot end. You'll have to double check that. I'm not sure. What you're looking for is a printer that comes with a 300-degree hot end, basically not a PTFE lined hot end. You will probably need to add an enclosure. Look up corn pop Biden speech. I'll look it up. Goddamn chairs lowering to the ground again. But well, I always tell people, when you vote for Biden, you're actually voting for Kamala Harris, because, you know, people think that Pelosi was pushing for the 25th Amendment to take out Trump. No, she was pushing for the 25th Amendment to conduct a coup on the presidency when Biden became president, because she was going to declare him unfit. That's what she's pushing for. Whether she'll actually do it, who knows? But that's definitely what she was pushing for. Well, actually, I got another chair with a different base because mine broke, but the new chair was narrower than mine, so I took the base off the new chair and put it on the old chair. So now I have a non-broken base on a wide enough chair for me, but it comes with a smaller piston, the cylinder piston for lifting the seat, and I am exceptionally heavy. Well, if she can get away with it, that's the question. Do you know what would fix a lot of our problems in Congress? We don't need term limits. No, I don't have any filament extrusion machines. Right now, filament extrusion is still more of an art than a science. There's a lot of art that goes into that, a lot of voodoo. What would fix Congress? An age limit. We need to pass a law that says when you turn 55, forced retirement. No one in Congress over 55. That would be a good start. I like this knife. This knife is nice. It's a really slick little knife. Well, we have all these freaking 60, 70, and 80-year-old people in office who are totally out of touch with reality. I mean, they're just out of touch with reality. You know, an age limit would fix some of that. We'd start getting younger people in there and get rid of these old people who've been in there for 50 years and haven't done a goddamn thing. I mean, Biden's been in office for, what, 47 years? And what has he done? I have approximately 150 printers. My favorite printers are the Ender 2, the Ender 5, the CR-30, the Anycubic Chiron, the Flashforge Guider 2. What else do I like? Like, really, really like. I want to like my Mega Zero, but it needs a new brain board. But yeah, those are my favorites. Ender 2, Ender 5, the Flashforge Guider 2, the Anycubic Chiron. Oh, and I love the FL Sun Q5. That little delta is awesome. No, it wouldn't. In Space FPV. This is something that confuses a lot of people. Again, it's brainwashing from our politicians and from our government. First of all, who runs this country? Okay, if you're gonna say Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, you're wrong. I don't know what's in it. The people who run this country are the corporations. We have 3 entities in operation in this country. You have the citizenry, you have the political state, and you have the corporate state. Our corporations are a state because they exert state-like power. They write legislation, they control legislation, they make law. So they are a state entity, but they're not controlled by the government. They're controlled by corporations. So in the past, you had the church, the state, and the people. Today, you have the corporate state, the political state, and the people. Right? I tell people World War II started after World War II ended. World War III started after World War II ended. The United States began a path to imperialism. We are an imperialist nation. That's what we do. And we began the creation of the political state. It started back when we gave them personhood, but it really took off in the 80s. That's when they really started to, they hit their final stretch and kicked in the afterburner. World War III has already begun, and it's not being fought with guns and battleships. It's being fought with these. It's being fought with treaties, laws, and pens and signatures. And the current combatants in World War III, and I firmly believe this is legit, the current combatants are the political state and the corporate state to see who will control the country. No, we the people do not run the country, and no, we the people have no power. We fucked up and gave up all of our power. We abdicated our duty to run the country, and now there's nothing we can do about it. So we're fucked, and it's our fault, because we're the ones who gave up that power. As Benjamin Franklin said after writing the Constitution, we have given you a republic for so long as you can keep it. Well, we lost it. Right now, you're just seeing the drawn-out effect of that loss, because this kind of a war doesn't happen with battles that happen in an instant. It happens over generations. And we've lost the war, and we're now seeing the consequences of that. But I think Pelosi and Mitch are part of the political state, and they are fighting for control via the corporate state. Exactly. We learned very well from the Nazis. We're following their rule book, and we're not making their mistakes. So, I mean, can people turn it around? It's possible. Not likely. You know, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. But what we need is a good old-fashioned alien invasion. That's what we need. We need a good old-fashioned starship in orbit threatening us. But I don't know. It's weird. You can actually. It's interesting. You can see this change happen in our media, in our television. If you look at some of our old TV, you know, think MacGyver and think A-Team and Airwolf and Knight Rider. You know, all these were extra governmental citizen-run programs for the most part. Some were mingled with government, some weren't. And you don't see any programs like that today. Instead, you see programs like New MacGyver, where he is an actual government agent. You see, you know, that show Scorpion and stuff like that. It's all pro-government, pro-government. there's no extra. Hey Ben, there's nothing like A-Team or Airwolf or Knight Rider, stuff like that. That doesn't exist anymore. And you know, our mentality is changing in that regard, and it's kind of scary. You know? Well, that's just brain melting programming, you know. Soap operas. I gotta update a new video to it. I haven't updated a video in a while. I'll get a video updated this weekend. What kind of parrot? I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I mean, well, I know how to fix it. I don't know how to make it work though. I mean, history has proven. Oh, nice. So you got a big one. History has proven that established powers do not give up power. Oh, I'm staying here. I can never move again. Very cool. I lack the financial means to ever move again. It would be almost impossible for me to ever move again. And I'm very happy here. You know, it's beautiful. It's economically feasible. The weather is amazing compared to Pennsylvania. Winters are a little cold, but you know, it's no big deal. I mean, maybe I could move locally, like maybe move to Rio Rancho, you know, down on the other side of Albuquerque or something like that, or another place here in Edgewood. But actually move long distance, that would require significantly more wealth than I have. Hey, John Mack. The only downside to moving to New Mexico is I don't have access to society the same way I did back east. You know, back east, everything was close. World Maker Faire was close. Earth was close. Murph was close. Rocket launches were close. Other events and shows and you know, you go to you know, civic centers for stuff like that was all local. Here, there's nothing like that. It's just it's very sparsely populated, and going anywhere requires long distance. So, but the trade-off is I'm not, you know, $200,000 in debt, and I'm not, you know, abjectly poor. Well, technically, I guess I am abjectly poor, but it doesn't feel like it because I don't have any debt, and I can afford my monthly bills. You know, I can't afford much more than that, but you know, no, that's no, John Mack. That's I have nightmares thinking about that. Like I have actual, well, I don't have actual nightmares, but I have very bad thoughts when I think about that. If I had moved 1 year later, or this pandemic had happened 1 year earlier, we would not be talking right now. I would either be living in the street or I'd be dead. Because I've told you, my superpower is my ability to war game, my ability to look at a situation from afar and analyze outputs. And I've war gamed the shit out of my life had this pandemic occurred while I was still in Pennsylvania. And there is no win scenario that I could derive. if this had happened while I was still in Pennsylvania, it's a no-win scenario. You don't understand. My cost of living in Pennsylvania was $4,500 a month, not counting my own bills. Okay, that was just the house and my dad's debts. The only income source I had that came anywhere close to paying that was the porno shop. And that would have been closed. My life would have ended, and there would have been no way out. Sure, I can get mortgage forbearance, which would just delay them taking the house, because I would have defaulted on every other debt. It would have been a no-win scenario. I got so lucky that I got out when I did. I mean, I actually get shivers down my back thinking about how bad it would have been if I was still in Pennsylvania when this pandemic hit. My God. Oh, and you wouldn't have been able to. Exactly. And I probably would have been either in prison or shot, because I would have told them no when they said close the business, because I wouldn't have had a choice. Because closing the business would be no different than putting a pistol to my head and pulling the trigger, except I'd have to sit there and watch that bullet come toward my head for the next 2 years, knowing I can't step out of the way of that bullet. Yeah. Yeah. Death might actually be preferred to that. If it's just, wow. Yes, it is. Oh my God. But the point is, that business paid for everything. No, history does not show that. History shows people with power have it taken from them by violent, bloody force, and everybody loses when it happens. Meaning, it happens by revolution, violent revolution. I would never have the finances to move out of the U.S. It costs too much money. Even if obviously you'd have to give up everything, but you'd have to buy everything when you got where you were going, and everything costs more. And if you don't have the only reason my life works is because I can live on such a low income here, and I was able to start from zero. Okay, you see, I didn't really get anything from selling the house. The house just paid off my dad's debts. The reason I was able to buy this house, was because that's what we need, but it's not going to happen. The government has learned that if you keep the people mildly entertained and fed, they won't revolt. It's just the nature of human beings. It is what it is. But there are countries where you can live good with little money if you already have money. There are no countries where you can live good with little money if you start with little money. Yes, but really cheap isn't zero. Okay? The only reason, this house cost me $47,000. The only reason I even have this house is because I was able to sell the business. And hell, the only reason I could sell the business, term limits don't fix anything. Term limits make it worse. The only reason I could even sell the business was because the one single only person directly involved with my life financially who didn't try to fuck me over saved my ass. My landlord made it a part of our real estate contract when she sold the property. The only reason I was even able to sell the business was because she made it part of the real estate contract that they had to give me 90 days. When she sold the property, because remember, I didn't own the property. I only owned the business. When she sold the property, part of the real estate contract, and they fought against it too, because they planned to take the business from me and give me nothing. part of the reason that she fought for that was to help me. She said they had to give me 90 days at my existing rent, meaning they couldn't change it. And text it. That's good. Had she not done that, they would have taken the business from me. Okay? But because she gave me that 90 days, something interesting happened. The business is a restricted license. It's a grandfathered license. So you can't move the business to another location. That building was not worth what they paid for it. It was worth it because of the grandfathered license. And I had the ability to nuke the license. All I'd have to do is go to town hall and say, I would like to change my business license to a puppy store. And they wouldn't even question it. They would just say yes. And 30 days later, the grandfathering for the business would expire and the property would be worthless. She knew it, I knew it, they knew it. So by putting that into the contract, they had no choice but to negotiate with me to buy the business. If she hadn't done that, I don't know where I'd be. I'd be in a bad spot, that's for sure. Because the sale of that business permitted me to buy this house. Well, the problem is, well, no, there's not enough people. That's the problem. And the kind of events you get out here are horseback riding and stuff like that. You don't get 3D printing events out here. Well, the problem is they won't space FPV. I mean, they could. It's not impossible, but it is improbable. I was hoping the internet might be the catalyst that would help that. But yeah, well, you see the internet today, right? Yeah. But yeah, my God, the bad thoughts I have about how bad my life would be if I was still in Pennsylvania. I count my blessings every day that I got out when I did. I think I'm very lucky. I think I'm very fortunate. Goshen, Indiana has a lot. It's only 10 hours from the East Coast. It's a single day's drive from Philadelphia. That's what Goshen, Indiana has. To get anywhere from here, it's a 2-day drive minimum. You know, you're looking at what? A 28-hour drive to get to San Francisco. You know, the center of the country, not a whole lot happens. Goshen, Indiana works because it's close enough to the edge of the country that people on the edge of the country can get to it. Cool. I always found it interesting that this country was founded on revolting and seceding from our parent nation. And the first thing we did was make it illegal to secede from it. I am printing a 1 meter long benchy. I took a 200% scaled benchy and I stretched it out 1 meter long because one of you guys asked me to. Yeah, Pennsylvania does have some pretty serious issues, but it was a good place to live. If you could afford it. It's a very expensive place to live. At least if you want to live near other people. You gotta remember, in Pennsylvania, I was an hour and a half from New York City, 4 hours from DC. I was, you know, within 7 or 8 hours of pretty much anywhere in New York State. I was, you know, an hour and a half from the shore. I was 40 minutes from Philadelphia. I was 10 hours from Goshen. I mean, I was close to everything. Here I am 26 miles to Albuquerque, but the problem is, as far as the activities that I like to do, nothing happens in Albuquerque. And Albuquerque might as well be a, you know, a desolate, uninhabited town compared to places like Philadelphia. I mean, Albuquerque is empty compared to places like Philadelphia. Which is part of the reason I moved out here. It's very low population density. So a lot of those hassles go away. For example, one of the one of the first things I noticed moving out here, the cops don't bother you. I've never had a cop give me even a second look out here. I mean, they don't bother you out here like they do back east in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. So different culture. It's a little slower. It's not as fast paced. It's a little more spread out. Everybody's a little more chill. Well, okay. From my perspective, from a geography perspective, the UK is not a country. The UK is a state, and a small one at that. I mean, my electric car could travel pretty much anywhere in the UK. I mean, everything's local as far as the way I see it. But you got to remember, I grew up driving 110 miles round trip to work. 2 hours to the Poconos, a 10-hour drive was a day trip for me. Oh, it's only 10 hours away? No problem. It's a day trip. We drive out, stay overnight, drive back. So the scale of things is very different here. And here it's even worse. Like, I mean, you go pick something up off Craigslist, it's a 60-mile drive. That's why I put the trailer behind the electric car and I charge up at the dealership. Because everything here is spread out. We have the one thing we have plenty of is space. And so, to me, the UK is tiny. The UK is very compact. But that's the way you grew up. This is the way I grew up. It's just different. You guys have a relatively robust public transportation system. We don't. Car ownership here in this part of New Mexico is like 96%. It has to be, because there is no public transportation. And that 4% probably comes from Albuquerque, where they do have a little bit of busing. Gun laws, I'm not sure. They're pretty similar to PA. It's weird. It's a blue state, although it's more of a purple state. It's a blue state, but but 700,000 people is nothing. That's half of Philadelphia proper. You include Philadelphia Metro, and we're like 1/10, 1/15 the size of Philadelphia. And also, look at how much area Albuquerque covers. It's like 4 times the size of Philadelphia as far as density goes. Exactly. I tell people that Europe is more like the US if you think of all the countries in Europe as states. And that's kind of what they were trying to do with the European Union. They were trying to make it more like the United States. Free travel between countries, quote, quote, states in the Union. And remember, the almost half the people in the entire state of New Mexico are in Albuquerque. There's only 2 million people in the whole state. Why is it impossible to move? "50 miles from Tramway Boulevard to Coors Road." Oh, I didn't check that. What's Coors Road? All I know is it's 26 miles for me to get to Albuquerque, and it's something like it's like 60 miles if I want to get to the other side of Albuquerque. Yeah, languages can be a problem. Okay. Tramway. Tramway is the beginning of Albuquerque for me. What the fuck? Come on. Thank you. So if I wanted to get to here, to Tramway Boulevard is 20 miles. Tramway Boulevard is 20 miles away. .4 miles. So let me check. This is gonna change the distance by half a mile. I'm gonna use Edgewood so I don't expose my address. But there is the travel. 20 miles from me to Tramway Boulevard. But if I want to go to the other side of Albuquerque, now it's 35 miles. And if I want to go to the depths of Rio Rancho, it's 45 miles. So as you can see, this city is huge because it's all spread out. But Tramway's 20 miles from me. Well, the advantage of Rio Rancho is this. This is the advantage of Rio Rancho. Cottonwood Mall. So the advantage of Rio Rancho is absolutely every shopping need I could need is within, you know, round trip range of my electric car, no matter what time of year. So that's the reason I want to live out here, out in the boonies, you know, where it's still spreading. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a yuppie area, but it's a little bit warmer, so the winters don't get as cold because it's 2,000 feet lower, and you have access to all of this within a very short driving range from whatever house you'd get. The problem is everybody wants to live there because that's the lowest crime area of Albuquerque. This area has the lowest crime in all of Albuquerque. This is a safe place to live. Albuquerque's actually up there in danger quotient. It's not bad crimes. It's more personal property crime. Your car being broken into, your lawnmower being stolen, stuff like that. So it's not like the nasty crime of Philadelphia. But yeah, the house I was looking at was 10 miles from Cottonwood Mall. So everything I want was within 10 miles of the house, which means even after my battery is half worn out, it'd still be good. Yeah, Tijeras is up here. This is Tijeras right here. I actually go here. There's a store up here called Triangle Grocery right here in Cedar Crest that I go to. And down here in Tijeras, I think right here, is the transfer station I have to go to get rid of my garbage. 30-mile round trip. It's 14 miles each way. But so if you want to go anywhere, it's all long distance here. While when you live on the coasts, everything is very compact because there's a high population density. But it also costs more. No cheating with Montano Boulevard. What's that mean? What's Montano Boulevard? Cool. I didn't know you lived here. I was going to live in Texas. I was looking at houses in Texas, but Texas has the areas that I could afford to live in. The crime was a lot worse than here. And Texas has less facilities for welfare. So I couldn't move there because my sister has to have health insurance. I mean, if I have to go without health insurance, I can deal with that, but she has to have health insurance. And she wouldn't be able to get health insurance in Texas. So we couldn't go to Texas because I was actually, I'll show you. I was looking at, oh my God, I found such a nice house in Texas. Oh no, not Texas, Oklahoma. Where is it at? towards Ardmore. Here we go. I was looking at a house in Ardmore, Oklahoma, because there was a 2,300 square foot house, HVAC, redone, everything. The house is only like $64,000. Beautiful freaking house. I mean, oh my God. And literally just south is this Lake Murray State Park where you can do anything. Like it's incredible. You could do, the J is pronounced as H. What J? But lack of welfare for my sister, and the crime was so bad. I mean, this was the second worst in the entire state. I would like to, because number one, it would be fun, and number two, it'd be respectful to the people around here. And yeah, that would have been nice. Texas was out of the question. Most of the places I was looking at in Texas, I just couldn't afford. Too expensive. You know, because I would have to live somewhere near Dallas, Fort Worth, or Austin. You know, I'd have to live, you know, somewhere in this rough, within driving distance of these two locations. I would have to live, and I just couldn't do it. You know, Houston, Dallas, or San Antonio, and it's just so hot. Ugh. Part of the advantage of going west of Texas, you can actually see it right here. Hello? Yes. Not yet, but I might have some this weekend. Yeah, good. Yeah, it's a good time. You got it. Thank you. Thank you, Derek. I got your message. If you notice, see this shift in color here? The vegetation shift? Okay. This is where the altitude starts going up and it starts to get drier. Now down here is pretty hot. And well, here, give you an idea of how far away things are. I was thinking about making a trip down here. Where is it at? There's South Padre. Well, that's close enough. It's right here. Oh, there it is. I wanted to go see a SpaceX launch. Yeah. 15-hour drive. You don't think it's that far away, and then you realize how big everything is here. It would take 15 hours one way to get there. Honey, I got rid of honey. I got tired of honey popping up on my screen and not going away. It was driving me crazy. If they would have made it a little less intrusive. But I was just constantly clicking to close the damn window. Yeah, well, the problem is, yeah, very expensive. The problem is, for me now, it's just raw distance. That's 1,000 miles each way. So it's a 2,000-mile trip, and I have to plan to stay down there for at least a week because the launch might get scrubbed and pushed. And, you know, right when I was making $24,000 a year back home and I didn't have to pay the mortgage, trips like that were easy. Now that I'm making $8,000 or $9,000 a year and I got to pay for everything, trip like that is a little more costly now. You know, what if I break down? You know, trips within 200 miles, no big deal. AAA will bring me home. Trips over 200 miles, now you got an issue. So it's just, I got to be careful. You know, I'm doing okay, but I'm doing okay if I don't waste anything. Scammers and car insurance, yeah. But see, the problem is I would have to live within proximity to either Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, or Fort Worth. I would have to live within a 30-mile distance of one of those cities in order to have access to the resources of those cities. Because I'm not wealthy enough to live totally rural. I don't make enough money. And of course, the more rural you go, the harder it is to get good internet. That's one of the reasons Edgewood was so ideal. I was also looking at Farmington. Up here, I was actually looking at a house right here in Farmington. There's even less near Farmington than Edgewood, but it has most everything you need here in this strip of land. Just about everything you need is there. And but Edgewood ended up being a better deal. Starlink didn't exist when I was making this move, and Starlink's also pretty expensive. I thought they were going to be cheaper, but they're not. They're looking at $100 a month. I thought they were looking at $40 or $50 a month. Now that they're looking at $100 a month, well, that's the same as my gigabit connection from Comcast. So Starlink isn't as enticing now if it's going to be that expensive. I was also looking out here at Gallup, these little towns surrounding Gallup, but that's a pretty bad area too. That's not the greatest area to live. Grants here in between. But see, the problem here is unless you're living in, like the places I was looking at, I don't know what that was doing. The places I was looking at were like Roswell, Alamogordo, Las Cruces, Edgewood, Albuquerque, Farmington. Still needs hand cranking. To give you an idea, I was looking at, actually it's still here. I can't get rid of it for some reason. This is one of the houses I was looking at in Tucumcari. Pretty nice house, decent amount of land, it's like 5 acres. Tejares, Karen? Tejares? Oh, that's what you meant by the J was pronounced like an H. Tejares, okay. So I was looking at this house right here. It's actually a halfway, it needed a lot of work, but it was a halfway decent house. It was like, what was it, $46,000, something like that. $42,000. It was pretty cheap. It was a nice, considering how much land it had. All this was yours. So you had like 5 acres because you had all the way back to here, I think, or something like that right here. It's like 2.5 or 5 acres. It was a decent amount of land. And then I did what I always do. Okay, hang on. I said, "Where's Walmart?" And it took me down here to Clovis. Clovis, Corrales was another place I was looking at. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't want to be near Clovis. And I would come back up here. I would go back to Tucumcari and I'd search for Walmart again. And it would take me down to Clovis again. And then I thought, wait a minute. And I zoomed out and I zoomed out and I realized, oh my God, that's the closest Walmart. 82 miles away. I can't move to Tucumcari. I can't afford to live there. Yeah, I heard that Gallup and Grants was not that good. And oh my God, there's a house in Alamogordo. Oh wow, it was like 3 houses on one property. That's about right for houses here. The average house price here is what's the median house price? Median house price is $320,000 in the U.S., which is about the same as where you are. The difference is you can get cheaper houses here. So it's possible to get cheaper houses. For example, where I live, here we go. So here's where I live in Edgewood. Basically, if you want a house over here, you can get an affordable house, but if you want a house up here, forget it, because that's the air park where the airport is, and it's where people they live on the airport, and they actually have a hangar as part of their house. They could drive out of their house in their airplane and take off. It's pretty cool. And if you want a house over here, it's also going to be pretty expensive for the most part, because it's a nicer area. A lot of these are developed communities, so like there's HOAs and crap over here, so they're nice, but you know, they cost a lot and there's restrictions. But there's still manufactured mobile homes around here, and those can be had very affordably. Like I got this house as is, where is, sight unseen. So I didn't. Come on. Probably a lot. Well, you got to remember, UK is very small, so the UK is, geographically speaking, a very tiny nation. So here's the UK. So if we take off Scotland and just consider the UK itself, how big is that? Well, UK area. So the United States is 40 times the area of the UK. The closest state in size to the UK is Oregon. So to put that in perspective, Alamogordo is far from everything, but it had enough of everything there. I mean, it wouldn't be great to not have access to Albuquerque, but you technically wouldn't need it. And it was beautiful, and the house was amazing. I just couldn't afford it. Wow. Where do you live? And it's also a very old house, but wow. So, here's the United States. And this state right here is Oregon. That's about the size of the UK. So the driving distance from the center of Oregon to me would be like me driving clear across the UK about 3 or 4 times. So big difference. Like I said, it's better if you think of Europe as the United States and the individual countries as states. And then you'll have a better representation of the United States to mentally, perceive how big it is. But the U.S. is freaking huge. And this is actually where a lot of people get confused. They don't realize how big it is. Let's see. So here's a heat map of the U.S. Blue is Democrat, red is Republican. Now, you might be thinking, well, you're obviously a Republican country. But that's not how it works. You see, it's based on population. This map here shows area. What you don't realize is that all these red areas are basically empty. They're very big. Hobbs is bad. It's very big, but there's nobody here. Like, these areas are virtually empty. Now, where are all the blue areas? They're where the cities are. So all these blue areas are where the major metropolitan centers are, where all the cities are. Uh-huh. Here, I'll show you. This is basically the trip I took. That's basically the trip I took to get here. Not quite. Is that the trip I took? No, because I went through Nashville. There we go. That's approximately the trip I took to get here. Why won't it let me show that? Ragnar, it will not permit me to show your message. It says error when I try to, so I'm just going to copy and paste your message. So this is the trip I took to get here. It was about 31 hours. It took us 6 days to get here. So, well, first of all, we got stopped almost immediately. That is not the path I took. Because I was not driving through Baltimore. What path did I take? I'm pretty sure I came out here somewhere along the turnpike. Through Morgantown, maybe? No? Yeah, I think it was 81. I want to say it was something like that. I'll have to look at my map again, but I want to say it was this. That looks about right. I thought we came through Cincinnati. Because we stopped near Dayton. There. That's more what we took. I actually had a couple over-the-road truckers give me suggestions on the trip to take, and they told me do not take the north route because it's all empty. They said go south through Tennessee. So that's exactly what we did. So that's the trip I took to get here. It took us 6 days to do it. I could drive a 12-hour shift without a problem. My mechanic who came with me, he drove the pickup truck and trailer. He could not. He obviously was not built for long over-the-road driving. He was only good for 7 to 9 hours a day. He couldn't do more. So the trip ended up taking 2 days longer than I anticipated. And that cost me all of my goddamn points, by the way, because I made it a point to pick all Wyndham hotels because I had points to get free nights. So I was going to get 4 nights for free. I ended up only getting 2 nights for free because we were so far behind that I had to cancel hotel stays and move back on the leg of the trip where I was. And when you canceled a points stay, you didn't get the points back. It's like, but no big deal. But anyway, this is the trip I took. And it's amazing to me that even after taking all this trip, it would still take me another 18 hours to get to the other side of the country. I think I planned it out as an 18-hour drive to get to San Francisco. A little bit. I'm on the belt printer Discord for the belt printer, but that's it. And I see the Facebook groups. I'm members of a lot of them, but I don't really participate much. But if I see a question pop up in my Facebook page that I think I can answer and it doesn't have a whole lot of answers, I'll drop in and answer the question. So you'll see me pop in randomly and answer questions for people. It's a lot of work. So, deep respect to Luke Hadfield for all the work he does in the community, because that's a lot of work. Just answering people's questions, you can easily make that a full-time job. And you don't get paid for it. Hey, TK. So, you can see it's a big freaking country. It's just freaking huge. It was a hell of a trip, though. Well, it is what it is. Now, as you can see, here, where I live, there's basically nothing. You have Moriarty here, you have Edgewood here, and you have Albuquerque, Bernalillo, Los Lunas here. About 60 miles away, you have Santa Fe. Santa Fe is actually pretty empty. I thought it was a major city. It's not. It's not much bigger than Edgewood. It's pretty small. I was really surprised by that. Old, though. There's some pretty old parts of Santa Fe. Like, there's a couple of little restaurants along the Canal Road that I'd really like to go back and visit, you know, when this pandemic is over. But otherwise, if I want to get anywhere, it's a long, long drive. But as you can see, the distances really start to creep up. Like, the drive from here to Tucson was over 7 hours. What do you mean, just make something? Can you give me the Z-screw and parts I need to replace? I don't have parts. I don't really carry those kind of parts, you know. I just don't have a need. The only time I have those kind of parts is, you know, if something breaks and I buy the part. But, you know, I don't have piles of parts like that. You should be able to get them off Amazon, though, if you're in the US. I don't know what country you're in. Now, compare this to Levittown. Now, first of all, it's actually very difficult for me to tell you the population of Levittown because that's not a complete story. As you can see here, Levittown is just this area right here. But this area right here is far larger than simply Levittown. You also have Yellowwood and Edgeley and Falsington and Penn Valley and Oxford Valley and Woodburn and Langhorne and Newportville, you know, and Bristol. All of this also needs to be included to get a reasonable population size. But to give you an idea, Levittown, just that little section of Levittown has almost 52,000 people. You can travel this entire area of Levittown in minutes. My entire town of Edgewood has 3,600 people. Yeah. It's a truly stupendous difference in population density. I mean, can I overlay? Okay, can I scale this? So I'm at a 1 mile scale. So let me save this. So let me save. The scale here is truly incredible. Hang on. Where the hell is my goddamn crop? There it is. Now, there, and so I gotta go in a little bit more. There we go. Okay. That's pretty close to the same scale. So you can see these are pretty similar in area. Would you stop it? So there is Edgewood. And here's Levittown. Now look, first of all, Edgewood takes more area. 52,000 people just in this shaded area here, okay? Just in this white shaded area. 52,000 people. 6,000 people. Again, just in this shaded areas here, okay? These areas here that you see white, so not including anybody living here or here or here. 6,000 people, 52,000 people. It's incredible. It's just the population density difference is so big. It's truly remarkable. And then when you start expanding this to include everything around it, like the population of here, the population of about that on this map is more than the population of my entire state. And this is a tiny fraction of all of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is all of this. It's incredible. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. Hey, Knack 3D. Oh, I want to show you, Carl, the one problem I'm having with the file. Also, are you going to do a video on how you do the splitting so we can all learn how to do it? Spot. So the first part and the last part of link works, but once it starts printing the repetition, it's missing a piece. Every piece has this missing on it. And it's the exact same thing on every other piece. So if you go to the next one, it's the same thing. You go to the next one, it's the same thing. So that's in the G code. So there's like a chunk missing when you do the repetition loop. And it's in every other one on the right-hand side. So that's definitely something in the G code and not, it's not a printing glitch or anything like that. But yeah, the difference in population density is so massive. And what I really, really miss is this. I miss this so much, you have no idea. Nope, not Woodhaven. Here it is. I cannot describe to you how much I miss this store right here. Because that store is Ben Salem Wholesale Foods. That's where I get all my affordable food. So right there, that place right there. Oh my God, I got everything so cheap there. Incredible how affordable you can get food there. Oh, they have a link? Oh, it's just pictures. Oh God, I miss this place. Me too. I like living out in the country too. Yeah, it's definitely a repeating pattern. It's doing it every other link once you start the repeat. Oh, good. Oh no, that was a support failure. Hopefully it doesn't fail the model. I heard a USB device disconnect. That's never good. Oh, the camera's still working. And that one's still working, and that one's still working. Okay, they're all still working. And the microphone's still working. Because it requires it. It does not require supports on the inside. Those are supports that I missed when I was removing the supports. But like, for example, these supports here are required because that's an overhang. Those supports there are required because that's a dead overhang. I can show it to you here. See? Those are dead overhangs. They're not going to print without supports. What I didn't realize is that there were supports hidden inside here that I didn't remove. Well, this was a custom request. One of my viewers asked me to stretch out a benchy 1 meter long. He's like, just stretch it 1 meter long. I was like, okay. So I scaled it up 200% so it'd be substantial. And then I stretched it 1 meter. Man, it keeps catching on the support. It shouldn't be doing that. Like, nothing should be warping enough to cause that. So we are making 1 meter long benchy. I do my best to give my minions what they want. So these will need a little support here, but the rest of this shouldn't, since it's on the back end of the 45. But like, you needed support there, you needed support here, because I mean, oh crap, is that support? No. Okay. Because obviously this isn't going to print without support. Yeah, it is a little weird, isn't it? It's the whatever idea maker came up with. There you go. That's the support they came up with. And what is that? Oh yeah, I downloaded that. I want to print that. That looks nice. But oh man, I miss this place so much. I got food there so cheap, you have no idea. Like, I literally supported our entire family on this store. Yeah, deals like this are common. Just ridiculously good deals. But that store is now 2,000 miles away. Hey, I bought some of those. The craft. It was $3 for, or $2 for a giant 3-pound tub. They worked. Those for the back of the boat there, those almost didn't work. They almost failed. I have to beef those supports up a little more. Yes, I did. And and that's not a Heinz ketchup bottle. That's a big Heinz ketchup bottle. That's a 2-pound bottle. 32 ounces of Heinz ketchup. Yeah, you can. By the time you add shipping, you're paying more than you would pay locally. So, yeah, I would finish my shift or in midday when we weren't busy. I worked at Papa John's over here. There's actually, I wonder if you could see it. I wonder. Hey, there's my charger. There's my charger for my electric car behind Papa John's. So this picture was back from when I was working there. I was working the day that Google car came through. So I'm out on a delivery, and this is the charger for my car. That's actually the same charger I'm using right now to charge the car out front. So they let me install a 220-volt outlet, and I was able to plug in my car and charge it up. Oh, wow. I never noticed that. That little sunroof strip on there. I don't recognize either of these cars. Yeah, there's somebody always left the pack there or something like that. It was empty. Yeah, right there. So, yeah, free fuel. I offered to pay for the electricity. They said, don't worry about it. You know, the boss asked me how much it's going to cost. I was like, well, between 40 and 60 cents a day. He's like, don't worry about it. I hope my electric car lasts because I can't afford to replace it. Once it fails, that's it. It's done. 5 years I worked there. This picture was July of 2018. I finished a section of the chain, so we are just about there with printing sections. And I can print that as long as I want. So once we get the loop code working correctly, I will post this to Thingiverse. Because that works pretty good. Oh, we should be able to see my other car up front. Hang on, I'll show you my other car. I kept a backup car parked at Papa John's. Why can't I go forward? Do I have to do that? There it is. There's my tracker. That's my Geo tracker I kept parked at work. That's still back in New Jersey. Once my mechanic fixes it up, I'm going to ship it out here. Nice. I miss my tracker. I love my tracker. 60 miles an hour with the air conditioning on, and I still got 40 miles to the gallon. Yeah. Oh, yuck. That was nasty. Yucko. I also had 2 Geo Metros. Let's see if my house is still there. Somebody did buy it. You want to talk about spoiled? This is where I lived, right here. And there's a 7-Eleven here. There was a diner here. Wawa was right here. And then 1 mile away, you had the shopping center with Arby's and Home Depot and Walmart and GameStop and PetSmart and Ross, Advanced Auto. Everything, all right there. Well, back then they had a thing of building, planned out areas and then a shopping center in each section. So this is the shopping center for these neighborhoods up here. This is the shopping center for these neighborhoods here. But this is where I used to live. This house right here. Actually, you can see my bus. There's the school bus right there. And there's the trailer I have right out there. And here's my minivan. Let's get a street view. Hey, there's my cars are still there. There's my pickup truck and there's my electric car. Oh, diesel VW Rabbits are the shit. I'm 6'4", And the way I fixed my headroom problem was I took a bowling ball and put a dent in the roof. But yeah, there's my house. Who's that? Oh, that's my neighbor. He's that guy who lives here. I got rid of that trailer. I sold it. But there's my pickup truck. There's the big trailer filled with trash. I was taking trash down to the dumpster at my store like every week. And here's my electric car. I still have that mailbox. Well, yeah. I mean, the smart car has an amazing crash cage, but it's still a tiny car. You get whacked by a semi, you're fucked. But, what are you going to do? It was a nice neighborhood. $8,500 a year in property and school taxes. $8,500 a year. Batshit insane. Absolutely insane. That's a hell of a piece of property. Around here, you don't get property that big too often. Around there. There's a nice neighborhood. This here was our first Christmas tree. So that was in 1980. Christmas of 1980, when we moved into the house. That was our Christmas tree. And we planted it there, and it grew to be like 100 feet tall. This was a sapling when we started. And look at the size of this tree. Look at the size of that tree. It's a monster. Hi. How you doing? As you can see, a beautiful neighborhood. We were fortunate to live in a very nice place. Yeah, I know you can do that. How do you do that? Hang on. Actually, I'll show you the other one. So this is our store. Wonder what work they did. Well, they kept that. So there's our store. One thing I forgot to do before I left, I wanted to use my drone and I wanted to put a solar light on top of that, and I never got around to it. If I ever go back there, I'm going to do that. I'm going to drop a little, I'm going to put some magnets on the bottom of a solar light and stick it on top of there. Oh, I think I see what you're talking about. There's my dad's motorhome. The hell they put us through because of that motorhome, you have no idea. Renting? I don't rent. I own my house. Oh, it wouldn't matter. It'd be so close. Oh, we have that, see? Adult Toy Palace, live nude shows. All right, Knack. There's my Jeep. I used to have a 88 Jeep Cherokee. I put 497,000 miles on that Jeep. And there's my 96 Dodge Caravan, the 3.0 minivan. I got 30 miles to the gallon with that. And then we should be able to move forward in time. There we go. I eventually replaced that with a gold minivan, a Grand Caravan. There's my dad's pickup truck, which was stolen. And there is my 1992 Ford E150 Club Wagon. It was stolen. And then that's my mom's minivan right there. Chevy Venture. And then go to August 2016. Here's my cars. So there's Rick's car. There's my Club Wagon. There's my Geo Tracker. And there's my minivan. Range Rovers are a nightmare. I would never own a Range Rover. Too expensive for my blood. Like you see, it hasn't changed much. I thought they would have a more recent one. I could show you a picture of my Geo Metro, but oh, there's my Geo. So there's my pickup truck. You see, I still have the van, and Rick still has his car, his Kia Sophia, and there is my Geo Metro. Oh, that's a different view. Oh, that's a current view. Oh, that's new. That's 2019. They repainted everything. You got a soda machine on the outside. Nice. Oh, wow. I was not expecting that shift. And there's my dad's Lincoln that I gave to my brother, and he trashed it. There it is. There's my van. I miss that van. God, I love that van. Oh, yeah. It'll always be a sex shop. Because once it's not a sex shop, it can never be a sex shop ever again. It's a grandfathered license. So they could never change it to something else. They would lose the license if they did. What is here? Oh, wow. That's the old trailer we had. Pickup truck converted into a trailer. And that's the way it looks right now. This was October of 2019. So a year ago. Huh. We built these planters. Me and my brother and my dad, we built these. Girls we hired. I used to go here next door to the Acme and fly my glider. So I'd launch my glider from here and just fly around. And now we live here. The biggest place we have here is Walmart and Denny's. You can see my bus in OneSat view. So there's my bus right there. You can just see the back side of the bus right here. It just barely fit in the driveway. It blocked part of the sidewalk. But yeah, that's my bus. Yeah, that was a shorty bus. Well, that roof needed to work right there. You could tell. See all that damage to the roof there? You can tell the tiles were pretty damaged. Do you know what used to be here? Can anybody tell what used to be there? That's the industrial complex behind our neighborhood. But can you guys tell what used to be there? See this shape right here? See this road? You see this road? Used to be an airport. The old 3M airport. So that used to be an actual airport there. That's some of the nicest roads in the whole area because, well, it was built to be a runway. Actually, my dad used to have a porno shop here in Levittown. It's now Royal Auto. Right here. That used to be his adult bookstore right there. Right across the street from 7-Eleven and our house right here. I didn't even notice this neighborhood back here. Oh, so that's where Air Cobra and Liberator are. Okay, I know these areas. Some of the people we worked with at the polls, they live here. But as you can see, very, very high density. You can see what a nice neighborhood I lived in. Because look how low density this is. You catch some power lines there too. You can see how spaced out the houses are. And keep in mind, I consider this to be very compact. But compare that with the rest of Levittown. Looks like that. So very, very high population density. There's just a lot of people squeezed into a small space. But the advantage of that is you got access to everything that was nearby. Everything was close. So you see here, come on, get rid of all the excess details. There we go. So as you can see, here's Philadelphia, an hour away. No, this is Windows 7. New York is right here. Washington, Baltimore's right here. The Jersey Shore's right here. Pittsburgh and Cleveland are right here. So see, Goshen is only a little bit out here. So Goshen, Indiana is out here. You know, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus. All this within a day's drive. You know, less than 12 hours away from you. You know, you had access to so much. I do definitely miss that. I do miss the access. But that access comes with a price. And I can't afford that price. So now I live here. Between Pittsburgh and Erie. I was looking at a house in this area. Actually, right up here. Is that the house right there? No. I think it was right here. It was right off this area here. Nice house. This is where the Geo Metro get-together was every year, Geopalooza. His house is right here. Although I think he moved now. Yep, that's his house right there. Yeah, I was looking at Sharon. Actually, where I thought I was going to end up, I'll show you, was right here. This area here. Sharon, Sharp, Heritage, Farrell, this area. Around, right across from Youngstown. But the problem is these are all dying cities. So the taxes are going to go up and the resources are going to go down. So there's actually, this one was real nice. If this is the one I think it is. Yeah. Oh, man, I wanted this house so bad. Is that the house? I think it is. Yeah. I was looking at this house right here. Yeah, this house right here. So, beautiful house, central air, decent amount of land for the area. 2-level garage in the back. So I'd have my workshop space all taken care of, plenty of parking. Well, you get space by living out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I was really trying to get this house. Real nice house. Yeah, I was seriously trying for that. Well, that's the advantage of living in a very, very large country. We have a lot of space. But that space comes with a price. There's not a whole lot of resources nearby. Like this, I was not happy about. All these freaking power lines right outside the door like that. That sucks. But it is what it is. You take pros and cons with everything. Yeah, I was really stoked about this 2-level garage. Plenty of parking space. Well, I'm used to traveling, so it's not as big a deal for me. Why can't I zoom out? Usually you could just zoom back, get out of Street View, not anymore. But yeah, that was an area I was looking at. As you can see, it's all pretty open land. But Comcast was available, so I would have good internet. Please go away. I say, how the fuck do I get those goddamn blue lines to go away? Okay. But that would have been a nice place to live. I would still be close to everything. Pittsburgh's not too far away if you want the city stuff. There was another place I was looking at, and it was right on the border. Where is it at? I was looking at a nice house in Greenville. I got something saved here. I guess there's that place right here. There was a place that was right on the border. Like literally, you walk to the middle of the street of your house and you're in Ohio. Where is that? I think it was in Sharon. Oh my God, there was a beautiful house here in Newcastle. Oh my God, nicer than the house I had in Levittown, and it was only $40,000. But Newcastle is dead. It's a dead city. Like there's just nothing there, and taxes are just going up. There's Sharon. I think it was up here. it here? Not that one. It was right along this road. Oh, is that it? Nope. But I thought it was hilarious that you step across the street and you're in Ohio. No, the one house was in Newcastle. And danger is relative, but yes, it will get more dangerous as the city dies. But when you have no money, you got to balance that. Yeah, but remember, these are, you could barely call them houses. They're, well, that place was incredible. But it was so cheap because nobody wanted to buy it because nobody wants to live in Newcastle. But it was an incredible house. Oh my God, it was a double lot. So you had a second lot that was empty. And it was, oh, just such a beautiful 2-story house. Just, oh, gorgeous, modern. Oh, come on. How come this doesn't work anymore? I can't show or hide a message. It just says error, try again. So the show function on YouTube is broken completely. Man, look how densely packed it is. Look at that. Jeez. That is so tightly packed. Oh, these houses have yards. They must be expensive houses. We're looking at, what's your area? Oh, there it is. I didn't see the link. I love it. It is absolutely beautiful here. Holy crap, you live here? That looks like a nice place to live. Look how tight it is. Oh my God. Wow. Some nice houses there, though. Where is this? Where is this at? Oh, this is over in Europe, in the UK. Okay. $60,000. I would love a 4-bedroom, 2,100 square foot. 1,500 square foot is really cramping me. Well, remember, median house price here in the U.S. is $320,000. Huh. So, if we want to go from Glasgow, so from here, that's the top of the UK. I guess Brighton would be the bottom. Any particular reason why I can't? To here. So top to bottom is 7 hours and 462 miles. Let me show you how small that is relative to what I'm used to. Oh yeah, DC house? Oh yeah. Forget that. Let me show you how big Pennsylvania is. So if you want to go from where I used to live here to Sharon, Pennsylvania, which is the other side of PA, it is 5 hours, 46 minutes, 378 miles. So you look at about 400 miles to get from one end to the other. And that's not even the entire state. You could go a little bit further. Not by much, though. Yeah, Pennsylvania is a big, and that's just one state. Pennsylvania is a big freaking state. It's long. Not super tall. Well, it's kind of like your country, but like this. Italy? Well, Italy's a tiny country, isn't it? Actually, Italy's a big country. So we are looking at... So it looks like Turin looks pretty close to the top there. Up here. So if you start from here at Catania, excuse me. Woo! Yeah. 15 hours and 8 minutes, 1,457 kilometers. So Italy's a tall state. Very skinny, but very tall. Yeah, Australia's freaking huge. But Australia is like where I live. It's empty. Everybody lives in this green zones, and very few people live in here, I'm guessing. And of course, is it our biggest state? I think Alaska is the biggest state. We don't have roads in any of it. Like, there's no roads. You can get to Anchorage, and that's about it. Here you go. So you can get up to here. Denali, Fairbanks. And it dwindles away. Wiseman. Looks like it keeps going. Sagwan. So they actually did build a road that goes across the entire state, top to bottom. Wow. Probably the only damn road in the whole state. You know, out to here and Bethel and up here, and that's about it. Huh. Yeah, airplane ownership is quite common up in Alaska. Wow. And then you see how small the U.S. is compared to places like Russia and China. That's amazing. Wow, I didn't know where New Zealand was. No wonder you guys sound so much like Australians. You're right next to it. I don't know, for some reason I thought New Zealand was up here. Wow. I wasn't even close. Yeah, that support up top there is not having a good day. Looks like it recovered, though. My chair is sinking again. It's so annoying. 5 million people. That's a lot of people in a small area. Something I would like Elon Musk to do. I already sent him a note. He never replied. I'm hoping he read it, because he could actually do this. I would like him to take one of the first Starship flights where they start taking people into space. Their plan is they can put 100 people in here. And I would like him to just grab 50 people from Congress and 50 people from the Senate, put them in a Starship, and send them up to orbit. That's it. Give them a free trip to orbit. And let them see Earth from space. And the hope is that if those people could see Earth from space, see the pale blue dot, see how small, tiny, and insignificant we are, and how precious this place is, that maybe it would give them a new perspective on what they're doing with their lives and with our lives. And that maybe it would make them better people. I have to believe, after seeing that kind... No, nothing nefarious. Send them up and bring them back, but maybe if they could see Earth from space, it would change their attitude and how they do things. Just maybe, make them better people. It's a maybe. I mean, he could afford to do it, that's for sure. Make it a demo flight or something, but you gotta wonder if they could see the Earth from space, maybe they'd be better people. If even 10% of them became better people, it would change a lot. It's just 10% of them. If just 10 of the 100 got a new perspective on life and changed their ways, it might have a pretty profound impact. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm probably a lot further from the microphone. Hey, well, it survived. It made it past all that bad support area, although that roof section looks pretty bad. But it'll finish at least, hopefully. No problem. Now that the cab is formed, now that the cabin is actually formed, it should be a lot better. Why is this cord so tight? Oh, it's trapped by something. There we go. That's a lot better. Yeah. I don't know. It's either put them in space or eat them, one way or another. Yeah, you heard about the Japanese wanting to make wooden satellites? Trump doesn't matter. Trump's an insignificant flea. It's like, okay, here's a good example of how things like this get distorted. Who is responsible for the bad things that happen to the American colonies? A lot of history says, King George III. King George III, imposed conditions and taxes and cruelty on the American colonies. King George III didn't do a damn thing. the monarchy in the UK hasn't done much for centuries. They've been figurehead positions for centuries. The royalty has maintained a separation from the Parliament. Yeah, the British. It was the British Parliament that did all that, not King George III. He kept himself separate from all that stuff. That's just something the British do. Well, the same thing's happening today. We're, no, don't get me wrong. I am not a Trump supporter. He's a scumbag. Where did I come from? I came from Pennsylvania. Where was my business? In New Jersey. Where did Trump come from? New Jersey. He screwed a lot of people. Okay, he's a nasty human being. But most of our complaints and issues have nothing to do with Trump. He's just the president. He doesn't have anywhere near the kind of power people think he has. Right? You want to know where all of our problems are? How many years has Biden been in office? What has he done? How many years has Pelosi been in office? What has she done? How many years has Mitch McConnell been in office? What has he done? Okay? That's where your problem is. Your problem isn't the president. He's the goddamn figurehead that they put on the dollar bills and the flags and the podiums to strut around the country. Your problem is Congress. Our problem is Congress, not the president. It's the well, until January 20th. Hi, kitty. Really? They were balsa shells? That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Balsa wood's some amazing stuff. And the reason they demonize Trump, it's very nefarious and evil. The reason they demonize Trump, the reason they convince all the sheep in this country to demonize Trump is so that we don't demonize Congress. Trump got more votes than any previous candidate in U.S. history. And so did Biden. That's how divided this country was on that. That's how deep the hatred was. Yet we voted McConnell and Pelosi back into office. Yes, balsa wood is a hardwood. It's one of the strongest woods by weight there is. I think it might be the strongest wood by weight. We are printing a meter-long stretched benchy. So Trump is just a symptom. He's just a consequence of the problem. He's done some things that are good, and he's done some things that are bad, like any other president. He's done some dumb shit, and he's done some smart shit, like any other president. Hey, we haven't had any new wars, and we have peace treaties in the Middle East. I'll give him kudos for that. No new goddamn wars. About time. They were hoping what would roll? Really? They were hoping it would roll to a stop? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Huh. And yet balsa's a pretty soft wood. Yeah. Very interesting. And they get us to demonize, the president. Because you remember, we demonized Obama, too. And we demonized Clinton, too. And we demonized Bush, too. It's not like, it's unique to Trump. Trump is just the culmination, of our failing political system in this country. But they do it to keep us at each other's throats against him and not against Congress. Just like we used King George III as a scapegoat instead of Parliament. Because it's easier for human beings to attack an individual that they can imagine and perceive than it is to get them to hate a group. Racism is different. That's a different kind of thing. But it's easier to build animosity toward King George III a single person who you could blame versus Parliament. Well, the same thing is happening here. They're taking advantage of the fact that it's easier for us to blame the president than it is for us to blame the 600 members of Congress. You know, what is it? Yeah, it's almost 600, isn't it? It's like 450 something in the House and 100 in the Senate. It's like 550, 560 people or something like that. You know, it's a 560 people is an ethereal target. It's a, you can't put your finger on it. You know, which one of the 500 do you blame? Even though it's all of them. Which one? You know, we want to pick one. So it's easy to blame the president. What are you going to do? If we just start eating them, it would fix a lot of problems. It would really fix a lot of problems. I wonder what settings I could change in support to fix that support. And even there, it doesn't stop, because the people actually in power are the corporate leaders, not Congress. Congress is just a tool. I mean, what's Pelosi's net worth? $100 million, but she makes $100,000 a year. How does that happen? It happens by being bought and paid for. I mean, if you actually read the 5,600-page bill, you'll know why the Democrats wanted that bill passed so badly, and it has nothing to do with giving you stimulus. Stimulus was just the candy coating they put on the outside to get you to swallow it. I don't care. That's just for the edge of the smokestack. So even if it doesn't hold up, it's okay. But yeah, if you actually started reading the stimulus omnibus bill and you saw all the crap that was in there, holy shit. I mean, like you know, pirating a movie from Netflix might be a felony now. Yeah, you pirate a movie from Netflix, you're a felon. Not kidding. It's crazy. That bed is gonna fall if I don't put that support back up. Oh, that was a crunch. Hi, baby. What are you doing? You're such a good boy. Get your suction cup up there so you don't fall down. I know you'll be pissed at me if you fall down. Well, there's the problem, FDS man. I explained this before, and it's an interesting thing to realize. The United States is becoming Democrat, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. You see, when you live where I live, when you live rural, you tend to be Republican. When I say tend, we're talking about society as a whole, not individuals. Of course, there are individuals in both, but in general, you tend to be Republican, because Republicans tend to push for small government. There's a lot of base things that Republicans push for. We're not talking about Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party. We're talking about the people. And people who tend to associate Republican tend to live in rural parts of the country. They tend to be self-reliant, self-sufficient. People who live in cities tend to be Democrat. Now, that's not a bad thing. It's the nature of living in a city. When you live in the country, I have, you know, well water, or I can get water from the local company that has well water, which is a private company, not the government. Our local government is actually trying to steal the water company, which is privately owned. I have a septic tank. I can put up solar panels and batteries. My electric company is a co-op. Again, not a government utility. I have a pickup truck and a bus and multiple trailers. I just got done hauling 4 tons of wood pellets for my heat. I have my heat taken care of for the next 2 years. Okay, this winter and next winter. That's the nature of people who live out here like this. That's what you tend to do. You have to. All right, there's no choice. When you live in a city, you can't be self-reliant. Literally, you can't be. I mean, look at the maps of some of these places I showed you guys, and these are people who have houses. You could reach your hand out the window and knock on your neighbor's window. And if you live in an actual city, you're in an apartment. And you share a wall with your neighbor on 4 sides. Okay? I mean, if my neighbor wants to, drill on his car or blast his music, I don't give a shit. He's 300 feet that way. When your neighbor's 17 feet that way through a 4-inch wall, you tend to give a shit what he's doing at 3 o'clock in the morning. When you live in a city, you have to have city water. You have to have city sewer. You have to have city power. You have to have city public transportation. You have to have city resources. That's the nature of living in a city. That's not a bad or a good thing. That's just what it is. You tend to be dependent upon city resources when you live in a city. That's the only way it's possible to live in a city. So people who live in a city tend to vote for city resources, which means people who live in a city tend to vote Democratic, because the way the current Democratic Party is pushing their agenda tends to favor those who live in cities. They're doing this because cities are growing, and that's why the country is shifting Democrat, because more and more of our population is living in cities. So more and more of our population are dependent upon city resources, which typically tend to be government resources. Republicans tend to live rural. We tend to be more self-reliant. It's a tendency, not an absolute. And so we tend to, no, we don't want your city water. I'm happy with my well. No, we don't want your city sewer. I don't want another bill. My septic tank is just fine. Okay? No, don't tell me how I can heat my house. I like my wood pellets. They're nice and cheap. I like my horses. I like my chickens. Okay? I got my pickup truck. That's the difference. Okay? As more and more of our population shifts towards city living, more and more of our population is going to, in general, shift toward democratic tendencies. That's just the way it is. Now, that's the reason we have things like the Electoral College. That's part of the reason why you have an Electoral College. If we didn't have an Electoral College, the populations of New York City and Los Angeles could make the decisions for the entire country, because the entire rest of the country combined couldn't override the vote of Los Angeles and New York City because of how many people are in those cities, in the general area around those cities. The numbers are so large. I mean, there are more people in New York City than there are in New Zealand. An entire country, okay, that has many cities. The population density is absolutely tremendous. And the Electoral College balances that. None of them survived? Well, that kind of sucks. And so the Electoral College balances that. Because remember, we are not supposed to be a democracy. Democracy's bad. If people actually sit down and research what democracy means, we have a phrase that we use when we describe democracy. We call it tyranny of the majority. And that is so much more true than you might think. Because democracies are one of the worst possible forms of government you can have. Pure democracies are one of the worst forms of government you can have, because they very, very rapidly devolve into tyranny. Because they last exactly as long as it takes the people to realize they can vote themselves anything they want. And then the country fails. You want to see a democracy in action today? There's a functioning democracy who works today. All right? It's called Congress. They're a literal democracy. They vote themselves anything they want. Do you think that look at the game that's going on right now? Both parties are doing the exact same game, but because the one party is doing something that's populist, we perceive them as being better. All right? The Democratic Party passed a bill for 2000 stimulus. They have no intentions of honoring it. They have no intentions of actually passing that bill. They know the bill is going to fail. That's why they did it. In fact, they were unsure. They were a little scared. With the January 5th runoff election coming up, they were afraid if they actually made a $2,000 stimulus bill, it might actually pass. That the Senate might say, fuck it, let's do it. It'll help us win the January 5th election. Okay? So it wasn't enough to pass an unlikely bill. The Democrats had to modify the bill to make sure it would fail. So instead of $2,000 for the household and $600 for dependents, they made it 2K. They made it into a $500 billion bill just for the extension, knowing no way in hell this is going to pass. No way in hell. Okay? And the only reason it passed the House is because the House is controlled by Democrats. So they knew that was a poison pill. When you make legislation that you want to fail, you put a poison pill in the legislation. I'll give you $2,000, but you have to murder your mom. Well, most people like their mom, and they're not going to murder their mom even for $2,000. That's a poison pill. I put a condition in the pill to force you to reject the pill. That's what the Democratic Party did. They created a bill they had no intention of ever actually honoring. And they passed that bill knowing it would fail at the Senate. So the Senate, controlled by Mitch Mnuchin, did the same exact thing. They said, oh, well, you just slapped me in the face, you motherfuckers, so fuck you. I'm going to slap you in the face back. He created a bill that he knew would never pass the House. And it might not even pass the Senate. That's how poisoned that pill was, okay? So they both came up with a bill that they get to say, yeah, see, we tried. We passed a 2K bill, but, the Republicans wouldn't let it go. And the Republicans get to say, well, we tried. We passed a bill that would get you $2,000, but the Democrats wouldn't pass it. They blocked it. So they both get to pretend they're trying to do something for the people, when in reality, they're going as they walk to the bank with their trillions of dollars. And that's what they do. But you're going to see a lot more people supporting the Democrats than the Republicans, because the Democrats took the populist position. We're going to give you a whole bunch of money. But that's not how the real world works. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of money too. You just got to murder your mom. The news isn't going to talk about the killing of your mom. They're going to talk about, oh, the bill was blocked by the Republicans to give you $2,000. And the Republicans are thinking, we stopped you from having to murder your mom to do it. And then the Republicans passed a bill, and all you're going to hear is, oh, the Democrats blocked the bill. And the Democrats say, but we stopped the Republicans from making you have to murder your sister. But you're not going to hear that. You're just going to hear the populist position that says, the $2,000 is blocked, when none of them had any intention of passing $2,000. Trump had no intention, the Democrats had no intention, and the Republicans had no intention of giving anybody $2,000. They just wanted to stab the other party by forcing them to block it. ETP. You just gotta eat them. It's the only answer. Just gotta eat them. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Did he ever get that printer built? Hey, he's got it printing. Damn, 1,153 people watching the stream. That's so many people. Jesus. Did that change color? Or is he digging into the... He's printing a letter. It did change color. He changed colors. Okay. I thought it looked like it changed colors. What's the other guys doing? Looks like Tim is done with his stream. Yeah, he's all done. So his stream is finished. He puts on some pretty good Q&A streams. You know, he puts out a lot of advice and helping people out. It's a pity he doesn't get more views. He should get more views. Anybody there? I don't see nobody chatting. Did my chat freeze? No. Alrighty. I gotta start making dinner. It's 4:30 here now, 4:40. I'm not gonna bother with the mail till tomorrow. The post office is so backed up. I'm just gonna... I go every other day or every 3 days now. What did I do with that battery? I don't know what I did with that battery. I got a new battery that has an AC port in it. It's pretty cool. So. Alrighty. I will see you guys later. Keep an eye out on Twitter and Facebook. I will have pictures of the giant Benchy when it's done. There's a couple other things I want to print with it before I go back to printing the other Starship half. So I want to print the other Starship half too, so I can put that together. And so maybe next week I'll print that, because it's a 3-day print. So thank you very much to those who joined my Patreon. You guys have been my loyal supporters for years on end. I appreciate it. Thank you very much to those who donate to my stream. And thank you very much to everybody who uses my links in the description. I earn a commission from those affiliate links, and that is a significant portion of my income. And for the Amazon links, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. So I appreciate that. And I will get a Life of Nerys video posted this weekend. I think I have enough content for like the next month's worth of videos. So I'll make up the 4 videos and get them uploaded, you know, every Sunday. Go from there. I wish I can get that damn channel to 1,000 subscribers so that I could monetize it. Because even if I only got $20 a month from the channel, that's still, you know, that's $20 a month I didn't have before. I'll take it. So I will see you guys later. It's hopefully this runoff election will happen in, you know, 7 or 8 days, and we'll be done with this bullshit, and we can get back to a normal life. You know, get them doing a real job again. We'll see. Yeah, we had canal boats like that behind my house. Well, not in my lifetime, but there's a canal behind my house in Pennsylvania. If you look at Levittown, there's a canal that runs through Levittown, and they used to have donkey barges. You know, you'd have a barge in the canal, and donkeys would pull it on the... It's called a towpath, because that's what it was. You'd hook the donkey up to the towpath, and it would drag the boats down the canal. It's pretty cool. I never saw that happen. It was a park when we moved there, but that was like 100 years ago. But still, pretty cool. So that's it. My pellet stove is working great. We keep it around, 70 degrees in the house, and which is pretty comfortable. And it cost me less than a bag a day, so it's like $4 a day to heat my house, which is fucking awesome. Oh, it's so good. Last year was so expensive to heat. It was incredible. It's just, wow. But now, I've got good heat, so I'm happy. I'm going to start playing with solar. I got a couple of goodies off the review site, so you're going to see that on Life on the Re soon, too. I'm going to put 12-volt lights throughout the house, and it's going to be totally off-grid. So I'll have USB ports and lighting, to begin with, because I only have a limited number of batteries. But it's cool. I'm gonna have fun. I got a couple of solar panels. I got a couple of charge controllers, and I got the roof of the carport to put solar panels on. So it'll be fun. Solar panels have to be bolted down here. You can't just lay them down because the 60-mile-an-hour wind will just gone. So, hey, Phyllis, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the $10. But that's it. I will see you guys later. If you're in the U.S., enjoy your $600 slap in the face check. But hey, $600 better than zero. I'll take it. So, 6.4 kilowatts. Nice. I estimate I need about 9 kilowatts for 100% offset. But here, even ground mounts require a permit for solar panels, which is annoying. Like, why do you need a permit for that? But it is what it is. I'll probably start off by putting solar panels on top of the Connex containers. That's basically free roof area to put panels, right? So, and if I tilt the panels, I can capture the water coming off the panels too. So, yeah, that should work out nice. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much. I will see you next week.